Okay. I debated about whether or not to even do a video talking about this, but I don't know. Fuck it. I'm gonna offer commentary on what I can tell of what the fuck is going on. Okay, so this is Anna's cover for Stealing Solo, which is his Jeff Hicks comic. This is the Fandom Menace cover, and one assumes that at least when this was done, that all of the people on it would have probably agreed that they were part of the Fandom Menace, I guess. Defining who's actually in the Fandom Menace at any particular point is not necessarily super easy. I don't guess I ever considered myself to be part of it, but I certainly, at various points, listened to a number of the people that would have claimed to be part of it. And I suppose my content is similar. I'm, bitching about how the entertainment companies keep fucking over the fans. Although I do eventually intend to try to have, some, books or whatever of my own to offer people. Anyway, so up here at the top, we've got the EFAP crew that I believe is Wolf, who is no longer, he apparently retired from the internet or something. I don't know. Guess it was all too much for him. Which, I don't know. I can understand some people are not up to dealing with the constant bullshit. Of course, if ever I feel that way, it's like I just fucking tune shit out for a while, because why not? And then beside, in the center there, we got Mauler. Saw a comment just earlier, somebody claiming he looks terrible, and I don't know if they're talking about his avatars or if they're talking about his if they're talking about his what he actually looks like in person, which I've never seen him. I assumed that he was never on screen. So I don't, anyway, and then on the other side of him is Rags, who is still, as far as I'm aware, his co-host, although I don't usually watch EFAP anymore. It's not because I don't like it, it's just that it's so fucking long. I mean, the streams, their EFAP streams tend to run anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. It's basically, if you want to watch one of those fucking things, you have to dedicate your entire day to it, and I don't have the time anymore, or at least not usually. And then of course, holding the lightsaber there, we got Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and holding the blaster we got our right in front of him holding the blaster is Jeff Hicks of World Class Bullshitters, and beside him is Jeff's now, not originally, she was part of the Fandom Menace, I guess, beforehand, but anyway, now they are together as far as I'm aware. Jesse Milestone of Mindless Entertainment, and Anna, that Star Wars girl, of course, doing the Slave Leia thing. Ethan Van Sciver used to be on the High Council, so I guess was part of the Fandom Menace. Definitely more associated with Comicsgate though. Offering us a pie, I guess, or maybe about to eat it himself. I don't know. Then I believe Gary from Nerdrotic is back over there as an Ewok for some reason. That seems odd. and then Mecha Random 42 holding the riding crop. Cecil, of course, again, mostly Comicsgate associated, but nevertheless, there he is as Cecil the Hutt or whatever. And I don't know who the fuck that is as Salacious Crumb. I'm assuming it's maybe one of the Midnight's Edge guys, and if so, I don't know which one. Is that Tom, who Mecha now apparently hates for some reason, or is that one of the others? Or is that somebody else entirely? I can't tell. It's too low resolution. Anyway, so this I have no idea. I mean, there's probably tons of other YouTubers and whatnot who might consider themselves, or before present day, would have considered themselves part of the Fandom Menace. But I don't, I like... I don't know for sure. I mean, well, we'll get into it here in a bit, but this is going to be a long video, probably. I don't know how long. I mean, anyway, so I just want to discuss what I can piece together. Like, I don't. Well, okay. Like I already said, I don't really watch EFAP anymore because the time constraints. I really kind of stopped watching Geeks and Gamers, and in general, and Jeremy in particular. And does he only have 3 fingers on one hand? That's interesting. Of course, this is Anna's artwork, and sometimes she doesn't. Pardon me. Sometimes she does not get all the details quite right. Anyway, so like I said, been increasingly disappointed with Jeremy because, I mean, first of all, Geeks and Gamers mostly just does kind of bog standard clickbaity videos talking about whatever the latest outrage is. And then I don't know. Jeremy is such a... Well, okay. I'm no time to pull punches. He's an idiot. Jeremy is a fucking moron. He claims to be a Trump supporter. He claims to be, kind of on the right politically. When it comes right down to it, though, it's like he's virtue signaling really fucking hard. He is so proud of the fact that he has black people working for him, that he has lesbians working for him. If he doesn't have a transgender person or whatever working for him, he probably will, before long. Wow. Anyway, he probably will have a trans person working for him at some point if he doesn't already. And he's definitely got lots of women, and he's got one woman who works for him is a Muslim, and he's just virtue signaling so fucking hard, and he clearly thinks that it's so wonderful that he has this diversity. And I don't want to lie to people. So I don't know that I can really say that there's nothing wrong with diversity, because I want to, and everybody I think wants to, but there's a difference between not hating people because they're different and telling untruths like there's nothing wrong with diversity. Frankly, diversity is not a strength. America, the United States, was at its strongest when the population was overwhelmingly white and Christian. There's unity in everybody being similar. So unity is a strength, and although it is possible to be diverse and unified, it's not easy. Historically, diversity plus proximity has pretty much always equaled war. So the idea that being diverse just for the sake of being diverse is a good thing, it's like, that's bullshit. It's utter fucking bullshit. It doesn't mean that everything is absolutely guaranteed to completely fall apart, but it's more likely to. And that's just a fact. A part of me wishes that things were different. That reality was different. But reality is what it is. And there's no point in us lying to ourselves or to each other about the realities that that we face in this life. Anyway, so Jeremy is a moron because he actually he's bought into leftist talking points that have been pushed for fucking ever, which, as I've said before, it's like, I used to be a leftist. I'm not anymore, but I used to be. Well, anyway, I hearing from people talking about what we need to do to take the country back, and I was like, I don't want to be a downer, but I think it's too late. I think the best thing to do is to push for secession and successor states that will hopefully be better run. Anyway, so like I said, I don't watch Geeks and Gamers anymore. I mean, I'd really already stopped months ago, before the crap happened with Zack Snyder, essentially calling Geeks and Gamers a bunch of hate mongers. I mean, he said, people say, "Oh, well, that's not what he was doing." It's like, yeah, that's what he was doing. When you talk about how much you denounce hate, and then you do that like immediately after mentioning that you're not associated with the people that you're fucking talking to. It's like, I'm not associated with your organization. Oh, and by the way, I'm against all this, anti-Asian hatred that's going on. And it's like, I mean, first of all, the whole anti-Asian hatred thing, that's not actually something that is, it's not new. It's like, it's not, the media overblows it. It's like, the way they cover it is bullshit, but it's already been a thing insofar as it is a thing at all, and the way in which it's a thing is mostly blacks hating on the Asians. But of course the media portrays it as, oh, it's white supremacy. Oh, what? It's like that's their only go-to, their only boogeyman. It's like it's only acceptable in woke culture to hate white people. Anyway, I occasionally watch videos by world-class bullshitters, although not that often. I think I'm subscribed to their channel, but I don't think I turned on all of the notifications. I'm subscribed to so many channels. I mean, every YouTuber, of course, says subscribe and turn on notifications. But the reality is, if you subscribe to dozens or hundreds or, God forbid, thousands of channels, how the fuck are you supposed to, get anything out of notifications? Like, you really kind of have to pare it down to where it's only the channels you really want to watch their videos every time they have one that you actually would want to, have the notifications turned on for. Pardon me. Ooh, there's It's kind of interesting. There's 3 options on notifications. You can get all, or you can get none, or you can get custom. I don't know what custom is, but as near as I can tell, damn it, in practice, custom basically just means none. Because, you know, if you leave it on, like, it's on custom by default when you subscribe to somebody, and if you leave it on custom instead of turning it to all notifications, then you just don't ever get any notifications from them. So that's interesting. Of course, you know, in recommended videos or whatever, a lot of times it will show one of their more recent videos or something, so it's not like you don't ever find out about it. I don't really watch Cecil. He's not... I don't know. He's never been reliable for putting out content. Jessie Milestone, I used to watch her. It's difficult to get through one of her videos, honestly, because even though a lot of the bitching that she did about Star Wars or whatever, it's like, yeah, you know, it sounds like she's a pretty genuine fan who recognizes some of the SJW, you know, problems with modern Star Wars and the way they fuck shit up, but she takes forever to get to the point. I mean, yeah, that's a problem for me too, I suppose. But she also screams the entire time, pretty much, and she's you know, it's only a problem if you're watching. You know, if you're just listening, then maybe it's not a problem. But if you're watching, it's very distracting the way that she brushes her hair out of her face like every 3 seconds. It's like, get a different haircut. What the fuck? You know, either leave it there or do a different hairstyle so that it's not constantly in your face. You know, I'm surprised she's not, you know, like worn it bald or something by pushing it back, you know, constantly. It's crazy. Mecha, I used to watch Mecha quite a bit, actually. I don't know, a year or so, maybe 2 ago, because, you know, I was at the time, I think I was mostly just watching like her and John Talks, I think, for you know, sort of pop culture shit. John Talks, of course, I'm still subscribed to him, and I believe I still have all the alerts turned on because, except for the occasional live stream, like all he does now is basically just political shit, and it's really, really short videos, which that's actually pretty handy when they're nice and short, because that means it's not taking up an enormous amount of my time. Yes, yeah, he said while recording a huge long fucking video. I'm sorry, I can't do like really tight, you know, tightly edited. I can't do edited basically at all, but you know, like really, really shrunk down to almost. I can't do that. I just, you know, long form, I guess, is my forte. I just, you know, anyway. But anyway, like he doesn't do pop culture anymore. Apparently, John Talks doesn't. He just does, you know, really short little things that are mostly like clips of Biden, you know, stumbling over his words and what. It's pretty funny. You know, give him a sub. You know, if you're not subbed to John Talks, probably should be. You know, Gary. I don't know. I don't pay as much of attention to his uploaded videos anymore, but of course I will occasionally catch Friday Night Tights live stream, and when I remember that it's going to be on, I do, you know, and YouTube, when you actually do get the fucking notifications from YouTube, it's real bad about waiting until a live stream's been going for like 20 or 30 minutes before it bothers to tell you. It's like, oh, thank you, that was so helpful. You fuckers. But anyway, like, you know, when he's on with Doomcock for the Inquisition on Sunday nights, you know, like I said, when I can remember that, I like to tune in for that. I don't really watch Midnight's Edge. I mean, they're the things I've seen from them, they seem to be pretty good with you know, with fairly accurate rumors about what's going on in entertainment industry, you know, happenings, but I don't know, it's also a little dry and boring. And I'm not sure who all's there. There's some, what is he, like Swedish or Norwegian or something, Andre, who runs the thing. And then there's Tom, who Mecca apparently hates now because he raised his voice at her and You're not allowed to do that. It's like I have. Yes. There's somebody that I have to deal with on a regular basis, and she's forever bitching because anytime that I raise my voice about anything, she's suddenly screeching at me, "Stop yelling at me!" And it's like I'm not. I'm not. Like half the time you raise your voice at all in her presence, and you're yelling at her. I don't know. There's no getting around that apparently. Anyway, so Tom, who, as far as I know, and I believe Rosetta, is it Rosetta Allen, has mentioned that she's known Tom for a long time, and all the things Mecca's saying about Tom are just do not jive with what she knows of him. It's like essentially all lies or whatever. Sounds about right. Sorry to say, I've always had my suspicions about Mecca, because even though she talks a good game of being anti-SJW and whatnot, she's very clearly a leftist, and with that bright red dyed red hair, and so many other things about her, just kind of say, this is in essence, an SJW feminist type, person. And even though she seems to be saying the right things, it's like, does she really believe them? And it looks like not, because the way that she recently went off against Ethan and other people definitely makes it sound like, she's showing her true SJW colors. And then the other thing I'm going to have to mention in here about Midnight's Edge is that there's some other guy who apparently I don't know what his real name is, but Rob, I think, but I'm not sure. But his screen name, I believe, is Robot Shlomo or something like that. And he has collaborated with Mecha on numerous videos, and of course she's associated with not Midnight's Edge proper, but Midnight's Edge After Dark, which is a spin-off channel or something, I guess. So she's been working with Midnight's Edge for a long time, and I'm gonna call him Rob, because I don't want to try to say Robot Shlomo or whatever every fucking time. So she seems to have developed, long since developed some kind of friendship with Rob from Midnight's Edge, and they've done, he appears in videos on her channel and whatnot. And anyway, recently I caught a... What the fucking hell is that? God, that needs to be turned off. I've never seen that pop up before. What the fuck? I'm recording a video here, Microsoft. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, what was I saying? I recently caught a Nasser stream or something where Nasser was looking at, I think, an unlisted Mecha video or something, and there was somebody else. She does these streams. I thought she deleted them, but I guess she just hides them. But I don't usually watch them anyway. Where she's cooking something or whatever, and apparently it's just have this nice long stream going the whole fucking time that she's baking or whatever, and it's like, that's a long ass stream. It's like hours, of her occasionally saying things, but mostly just getting to watch her walk around her apartment or whatever, or her house or whatever, wherever she lives. I believe she lives in Colorado. I believe she may have moved there specifically to access her favorite herbal pain remedy. So, anyway, which, you know, that'll give you quite an appetite too, as I understand it. Anyway, so I've seen some of these before, or bits of them, and she's always alone. And in this one, that Nasser and whoever was on his stream with him were watching. I think Ethan was there. Yeah, he showed up. I've got the video ready. Anyway, to look at here in a few minutes. But anyway, he. I mean, she was cooking, and there's somebody else in her house, you know. And I was like, oh, okay, that's different. It's like, oh, is it her boyfriend? I guess maybe, I'm not sure. But even before that, there was some talk about. I mean, it's difficult because, like I said, it's like you're not watching her video, you're watching somebody else watch her video, and they're talking over it and whatnot. But it sounded like she was responding to something in her chat, asking her where somebody was, and she said he's calling the cops. And I'm not sure what that's about, and it doesn't sound like anybody who was watching the video there on Nasser Stream or whatever knew what that was about either. You know, they don't know. You know, they didn't know who it was, and they didn't know that she was talking about, and they didn't know what the cops were being called over. Presumably, they weren't being called over. You know, Tom from Midnight's Edge yelling at her over the internet. I mean, that would be ridiculous, but you never know. I mean, there are some really ridiculous things that people do and that they drag the cops into for no fucking reason. You know, there's another thing to, you know, like, there's another reason not to be a cop, I guess. It's like there's no telling what kind of utter bullshit you have to deal with. You know, some idiot coming in complaining about something that, you know, has nothing to do with the law, and it's like, well, why are you bringing this to us? Why are you wasting our time? Jesus. Anyway, obviously, I still watch EVS. I mean, sometimes he's boring and sometimes he's pretty fucking entertaining. So it's hard to say. You know, you don't know for sure what you're gonna get. And I mostly don't pay attention to Anna anymore. I'm still subscribed to her channel, but I don't think I have notifications turned on. And I occasionally will watch one of her videos, but you know, it's got to be some subject that I'm particularly interested in. Anyway, so that covers the people that are on here, at least. Oh, and that's what I was getting at, though, about Mecca's house guest. Apparently it's Rob. Apparently it's the robot Shlomo guy. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that he is, I don't know, a decade older than she is, maybe more. I'm not sure about that. I think he's got gray hair. Of course, you wouldn't know whether she does or not because she dyes hers red. But that, I mean, this makes me kind of be like, okay, is this just like he's just visiting briefly, or it's a work thing, or does this indicate that he's her live-in simp now? You know, are they an item now? I don't know. I mean, obviously that's up to them, and I'm not, you know, and I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna try to be like, oh, they shouldn't do that. It's like, whatever. But I don't know. But if that, I don't know. The thing about, well, okay, okay. Look, I had, I still have, a female coworker who is, you know, she's much older than I am. She's in the same age group, more or less, as my mother, and a number of years ago, not one, not two, but 3 guys that she and I both knew. One of them I would classify as my friend, another I would classify as friendly, but not close or anything, although at the time we were coworkers, and the other I would classify as somebody I really, frankly, didn't like. Fortunately, he, you know, moved away. Fucking hope he doesn't come back. Anyway, all 3 of these guys, independent of one another, apparently decided that myself and this female coworker of mine were sleeping together. And it's like, at the time, I was like, why the fuck would you think that? It's like, we're extremely different age groups, like literally, old enough to be my mother. And she, and I have, been lifelong friends with her son, so it's kind of like she is my mother or aunt or something, She's kind of like a relative, emotionally speaking, feels that way. And neither of us was interested in the other that way. We never, we never hold hands. We never touch each other in any way. We talk a lot, but again, we hardly see each other or ever talk to one another outside of work. So basically, we're just coworkers who are on reasonably good terms with one another, and that's it. And so to me, it was always it was just bizarre that three different guys decided we were sleeping together. So why would you even think that? Why would you fucking care, for one thing? I don't know, just fucking weird. Now, sort of a caveat to that, which comes up here, is if a guy might be sleeping with a woman and his behavior potentially is different than it used to be, or his friendships change. Women have a tendency to have issues with their guy having friendships. They often will, and my observation has been that they often will try to destroy a guy's friendships, even with other guys. To say nothing of other women, with other guys, they'll try to sabotage friendships, and it's like, no, they want to control who you talk to and what you do and so on. Not all women, obviously, hashtag not all, but enough that it's, I don't know. So in this case, I kind of wonder, it's like, I thought that Rob and Tom and Andre all kind of got along together, and if Mecca is in a relationship with, or frankly, even if she's just friends with Rob, and she's using that as a wedge to try to, disrupt the organization, that's really shitty of her, first of all, and secondly, it's like, that's a very problematic thing. But this is part of the reason why some people point out, and I would have to kind of agree with them, that women have a tendency to just ruin everything. And perhaps when you're talking about business or whatever, anything that you might consider to be in any way crucial, you might not want women involved in it, because they might just fuck up everything. Because they, again, not all, but enough of them have a tendency to do that it's a real problem for society. Women should, I don't know. I don't know. Well, they should maintain a more traditional role where, but we're long past where, I don't know, things will have to probably be completely destroyed before they ever go back to being, what would you call it? Natural, I guess. Just, the more natural roles. Okay. So we have, God, I don't even know how long it's been. How long has it been? How long have we been? Oh my God, over half an hour. All right. Let's get on with it. This is some of the shit on kiwi farms covering this. I don't normally look at kiwi farms, but this was, this is apparently a thing. Then this is from March 18th. What caused Zach to announce Geeks and Gamers SJW's got on to him? Do this on his own. Fandom Menace faithful are already concocted conspiracy theories made out of equal parts of cope and bullshit. You can see it here. I guess we'll go ahead and watch this.
Just a quick thing before we get started. I know that on our donation page.
And this is from the this is a clip from the stream. This is where Zack Snyder, they were raising money for Zack Snyder. Geeks and Gamers was raising money for Zack Snyder's suicide prevention charity or whatever. And Zack Snyder was supposed to be on there, and he was late. And then finally, when he did show up, he said this.
Still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just want to say that I really we talked about this, and we're really not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned. And I really just want to make that clear.
Don't know for sure. There's been a lot of talk about what that means. Supposedly, he had told them, "Hey, people are bitching, so to make it, less of a hassle, why don't you take the Geeks and Gamers logo off of the charity thing that we're doing?" And then, they didn't do it or whatever. Which, it's just bullshit. It's just utter bullshit. But what he does here is fucking ridiculous.
And I also want to just say,
Okay, I also just want to say, it's like, we'll give a space of 2 or 3 seconds in between me mentioning that I'm not associated with you guys, even though I clearly am, and, and you've raised a bunch of money for me, and then I'm going to, talk about hate.
But in light of recent events, I think we really, if Justice League teaches us anything, it's about coming together, and there's no room for hate. And I just think that it's important. It's an important message, and of course, as the father of Asian children, it really hit.
I don't know if his wife is Asian or if he just adopted them. I don't know.
Close to home for me, and I just really want to put that out there that we all, there's no room for hate.
So yeah, you see, no room for hate, and obvious, by doing that, it's very clear that maybe Zack Snyder's just a fucking moron who doesn't understand this, but I think it's more likely that he did know what he was doing, and it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not calling you hateful, but I'm clearly associating you with hate. It's a shitty fucking move. If you want to give him every fucking benefit of the doubt, then the best thing you can fucking say is that Zack Snyder is an idiot. Anyway. Corporate routine is watching some fishermen dump chum into the water, pull up a net full of fish once a week. They propose no real change or alternative to the status quo. So the possibility of any change, therefore, anything of interest occurring with then virtually nil. Yeah, Mr. Dongs is he's pretty good at covering this shit. Figureheads do very little beyond an intro consisting of reacting to whatever topics their YouTube algorithm analytics tool direct them to, followed by 2 to 3 hours of mechanically reading super chats. Well, one of my complaints actually would be that an awful lot of YouTubers, once they get kind of big and they're getting a lot of super chats, a lot of them don't fucking bother to read the super chats anymore, and they certainly don't read them as they come in, which I understand that's potentially a hassle, but if you don't read them when they show up and then you lose track of them, it's like you really kind of fucked over the person that gave you money. Just my opinion. And also, some assholes apparently have certain policies that, in my opinion, are complete shit about how they won't read super chats. some people just don't read any of the super chats. Like, you can put out a super chat, doesn't matter what it is. You can give them $500 and they don't care. They'll take your money, but they will not read the fucking super chat. Some of them, like Gary from Nerdrotic, I'm pretty sure that he has a policy of, like, if people ask to promote something or whatever, which frankly that's reasonable because super chat is, it's actually probably potentially a really good investment for advertising. You get there's a bunch of people watching you, potentially a more targeted audience in the first place if the show, channel, whatever is about this thing that you're wanting to get people to take an interest in, and so you ask them to shout you out or whatever in order to to have a very accurately targeted advertisement essentially. And like Gary from Nerdrotic, I'm pretty sure he doesn't do that, or at least he's very selective about what he does. So I think whenever anybody's asking for you to buy something of theirs or whatever, he's now decided, nope, I'm not going to say anything. It's like, you can give me your money, but I'm not going to read that. Doomcock does. I super chatted him about John Delarose's Indiegogo campaign, and not only did Doomcock read the super chat, but he added, essentially an endorsement. I mean, not necessarily an endorsement to buy, but an endorsement to go check it out. And it's like, you can't ask for better than that. It was really, really nice of him. Anyway, that's the appropriate way to deal with your fans, frankly, is to. And Razor Fist is also either they have a policy on his channel of not reading things that are advertisements, and I kind of think this is the case, and it may be both, or it may just, anyway, and that is, if you don't spend, I think, at least $5, maybe more than that even, they won't read your fucking chat. They're just like, thank you for the money, and that's it. They don't read it, and it's like, well, that's bullshit. Anyway, but that's part of the problem, I think, is people get big enough and they get greedy, and they're like, oh well, I've just taken your money now. It's like, I don't really give a shit whether you. It's like, I've got enough people giving me money now that I don't need to be polite to the people that do it. I'll only be polite to the ones that are paying me shit tons of money, and even then, maybe not. Like who is that dickhead? Some people do streams and they talk about his ass. He's on, was he on Twitch now or something? And he's like a living meme or something. I can't remember his fucking name for some reason. And he pumps his audience for money all the time, just non-stop. It's fucking ridiculous. If he's that annoying in real life, you gotta wonder why somebody hasn't beaten the shit out of him yet. Of course, maybe they have. Mechanically reading super chats into parasocial relationships these hosts have cultivated. Point being, it's quite a dull place without the colorful figures of Weeb Wars or even Confiscate. Test is probably the foremost expert available on the often and deservedly ignored rank-and-file Fandom Menace members, who are usually broke, lonely, middle-aged / old people with medical problems. Well, I mean, one thing I will say is that YouTube, being a YouTuber, is potentially, I guess, as long as as long as it is still viable for anybody, it is potentially one of the more viable ways for people who have medical problems to get money. And and look, I'm not going to criticize people for their quote unquote grift. If there's people willing to send you money, just to watch your videos or hear you talk or hear you read their chat or whatever the fuck, just to help you out because poor you, I mean, some people have medical problems that are because, oh, well, I used to have a real job and then, I got hurt and, that's it. It's like I can't work a real job anymore. And, there's obviously deserving of some degree of sympathy. And then there's people who, I'll be damned if I'm going to let this happen to me. I mean, yes, I better get on that. But anyway, there's people like me who it's like, if I'm not in any way, shape, or form immobilized, but it's like, yeah, I am pre-diabetic. It's like I am overweight. I am pre-diabetic. It's like, I need to get my blood sugar under control. And it's like, if I develop diabetes and I'm fucking confined to a wheelchair or I'm bedridden or some fucking shit, it's like I'm not actually going to expect sympathy from fucking anybody, because it's my fault. I mean, you can always make the argument that, well, maybe my parents shouldn't have allowed me to eat so many nacho cheese bugles and drink so many Coca-Colas when I was a kid, which resulted in me getting fat in the first place. But ultimately, in all the years, decades since then, it's like, I could have fixed it if I'd worked hard enough at any point. I mean, it's not as easy as all that when you consider that sugar has been clinically proven to be 8 times as addictive as cocaine. So you are addicted. Like, you are genuinely fucking addicted to that shit. And so it's not super easy, but there, it is possible. Certainly, there are plenty of people who do it, and I know ways to do it if I simply commit myself to it. I mean, I'm making some effort, obviously. As usual, you never make enough effort until the problem gets so bad that it's like, you can't fucking ignore it now. When your blood pressure, is too out of control, it becomes difficult to not to notice. Anyway, but the point is, it's like, if I have health problems, it's like, I don't really want to be on the fucking Obamacare shit or whatever. It's like, I don't expect other people to pay to, especially for like treatment. I mean, if you need medical intervention immediately, you can go to the emergency room. It doesn't matter if you're broke. That's they're required by law to treat you. They can't turn you away. They can't be like, oh, do you have insurance? Nope. Okay, then get the fuck out. It's like, they can't do that. It's illegal. So, so the idea that you don't have access to healthcare is like, yeah, you do. What people really mean is that, when you have done something, usually of your own fucking fault, like, being a gross fat hog, as our bastard would put it, that you do that to yourself, and then you expect somebody else to pay for you to be on medication or whatever the fuck for the rest of your life, and that's insane. Like, I don't expect other people to pay for my mistakes, and I don't expect other people to have an enormous amount of sympathy. I mean, if you have some, that's fine, but I'm not expecting it. I'm certainly not going to fucking demand it. That's ridiculous. But there are plenty of people who do. There are plenty of people who believe that because they're disabled, even if the reason they're disabled is entirely their own fucking fault, whether it was a car accident they got into that was because they were an incompetent driver, or because they just overate themselves into diabetes and possibly, had, amputations from neuropathy or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, there are some people who think that even though they fucking did that shit to themselves, that you should still have enormous sympathy for them and give them money, or that the government should, which really just means they want you, if you're a productive member of society, to have your money stolen by the government and then redistributed to them. So fuck all that shit. All right. So usually broke. That depends on how good their grift is, right? I guess. Lonely. Lots of people are lonely. Middle-aged / old people with medical problems. Oh, pardon me. where he is a strong candidate, the most loathed troll in the entire community. Testify, he's really abrasive, I will give him that. And yeah, he triggers people like crazy. But every single one of these people has the option to just ignore somebody who's getting under the skin. I mean, you have the option to not let them get under your fucking skin. I mean, there is such a thing as, as self control. You can govern your own passions and not, I mean, it's not necessarily easy for everybody, but it's possible. And if you can't do that, then the simplest thing is to just block the troll. But instead, all these people, they just can't help themselves. Apparently, they feel like they just have to get in there and fucking engage with the troll, and it's like, that's always a mistake unless you do it the way that I occasionally have done it. I mean, most of the time again, too much time spent fucking with it. It's like, I there's only so many hours in the day. I don't want to spend it, dicking with some troll anymore. But in the past, a few times, I have actually engaged with trolls. But see, there is a way to do it. The way you engage with somebody who's there, that they're trying to provoke you. So the way to engage with them is very calmly. You very calmly engage with them and don't allow them to anger you. And if you keep on responding to them calmly, rationally, and usually, I mean, it kind of, I guess, is predicated on the truth being on your side, or you being on the side of the truth, perhaps. One should say. Anyway, so if that's the case, then if you're on the side of truth, you're only saying what's true, then you can continually go up against whatever bullshit they're trying to push and calmly explain that, no, you're wrong, and here's why. And if you keep doing that, eventually they'll go away. Because the only way that they can win is if they bother you enough that you lash out at them, then that's giving them what they wanted. They feel good because they got you to react. And if you didn't react, or at least you didn't react in the way they wanted, then eventually they give up and go away. And the other thing that they will consider a victory, it's not as good of a victory probably for them, but it's one they'll certainly accept, is if you block them or you run away or whatever. Then they will, it's like they didn't really win, but they will still claim that they won. They, in their own mind, they'll be like, I won because he left, he stopped talking to me. But if you keep on engaging them, you just never stop, you just calmly engage with them over and over and over again, and it's like they are never getting what they want. The trolls never get what they want from you if you do that. They want either for you to blow up at them, for you to get mad, or they want you to go away. Either one of those is a path to victory for them, but if you deny them both of those, then they will eventually run away and usually delete their, everything they said, their side of the conversation. They can't delete yours necessarily, but they'll delete theirs. So, and they're just, they'll run away because, like I said, you're denying them either path. It's like they got those two paths to victory, or at least what they consider a victory. And if you deny them both, then eventually they get pissed and leave, or bored and leave or whatever. Anyway, but so I would recommend if you have the time, the inclination, then you can engage with them that way. But if not, then just block them. It's like, just block them. The one thing that a lot of people do seem to want to do, and you really shouldn't, no one should do this, is try to get them, banned off the platform or something like that. That makes you into the bad guy, Even if they're an asshole, it still makes them look like the victim because, all they were doing was speaking their mind, and you could have muted them or blocked them or whatever, and instead you ran to big tech and said, help me, help me, help me. They're bothering me. Ban them off your platform. And that makes you look like a bitch. You are a bitch at that point. But still. I mean, I don't know. It's like people were supposed to go to school at some point and get used to this shit and just understand how to deal with this crap, with being bullied and shit. You gotta learn not to let it bother you. The whole thing is so insubstantial that even Tug rebelled for about 10 minutes before cucking out and deleting the following tweet. Geeks and Gamers straight up got lumped into a mass shooting by Zack Snyder. Yeah, well, was it really a mass shooting? I thought that guy drove around and went to several places to shoot like 8 people total. I don't know. Anytime they call mass shootings a mass shooting when like 2 or more people got shot, it's a mass shooting. It's like, you're playing fast and loose with the definition there, in my opinion. But whatever. People are still making excuses. If this Play-Doh spine bullshit, I'm assuming, consumers revolting, or I don't know. I fucking give up. Well, I don't have the temperament to be nice about such flagrant trash. Well, you shouldn't. And, of course, Mr. Dongs pointed out here that Tug gave up real quick on that. Guess he got too much blowback from that comment, so he's like, forget that I said that. It was on March 17th, I guess maybe he was drinking. Yeah, by then I was already on my new medication. I'm not supposed to drink. God damn it, it's like I missed out on St. Patrick's Day. Anyway, so all things considered, people on the stream, a bunch of cucks nonetheless. That's what you get for idolizing some asshole. True. Regardless of if it might be celebrities, it's still just people. Yes, they are. Most people are dickheads. Very true. Very true. Wise words from Astrogalactic Megalol, whatever. Now, I don't know. I don't know for sure who the hell that is, or I think that's that Lethal Lightning? Yeah, that's Lethal Lightning. So he's an Aussie. I'm not sure how based or not based he is offhand. Don't know that guy. That's Tyrone Magnus. But I don't really watch his videos most of the time, so I don't know for sure where his leanings lie. Watched her some, but I don't remember if she ever said anything to. And that's Mara Jade, and she's pretty cool. That's Uche. He's a piece of shit. He's a fucking leftist. He's a racist, leftist piece of shit. And, this video shows what Zack Snyder's like, and that's Ryan, and he's probably one of the more based members of Geeks and Gamers. Of course, that's not saying much, considering the company. It's very hard to tell, but it looks like he's pissed there, which, he has every right to be, but anyway. Moving on. Oh my. Diabetes in the making. Damn, you got enough cake already. So there's a rare side shot instead of a top-down shot to look down to look at her cleavage of Mecha making cake. I wouldn't go. I mean, especially since I'm overweight myself, I wouldn't go to the whole fat shaming thing or anything normally. But I'm prepared to indulge in it this time, or at least let others indulge in it and cover the fact that they indulge in it. Because, like I said, she has shown her true SJW colors, which I always suspected, that she was that sort of person, because she, that bright red hair and some of the mannerisms and whatnot, it all kind of pointed to that way. But I was, I was prepared to give her the benefit of the doubt. I try to do that. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove that, you were mistaken to do so. And then I'm like, okay, okay, I was mistaken. Gotcha. Day wouldn't be complete without a live Liam Spurgout. Not sure what this is.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So,
What? God, I hate that. What the fuck is that around his neck? I mean, is that like, does that have some practical purpose of which I'm not aware? You know, like, oh, that's a thing. You just never encountered it before. As it looks like a toilet seat. I mean, it's clearly like cloth or whatever, but it looks like a fucking toilet seat, man. Why would you go on stream with that around your neck? It's like, it looks silly. I mean, and it'd be one thing if Liam could stand being silly and making a fool of himself and being okay with it, and being okay with people. It's like, that would work really well for him if he was of that temperament, but he's not. He can't take it. He can't. He gets upset when people have a go at him. So, he would be well advised to leave it alone if he can't handle it.
I've been out all morning painting the house, listening to the Oz show. I was listening to the Oz show.
Is that like is that something to do with painting, maybe? That thing? I don't know. I don't usually paint, but if I'm going to, I usually just wear old clothes that it's like, yep, these are going to get ruined. Doesn't matter.
My boy Oz is doing a stream, and I might actually send him the link. I should have done that before while I was listening to the intro music, but I don't know if he'll be around at this time anyway. But I was just sort of watching the Oz show, and there are a lot of questions about why things are done the way that they're done, assertions made. So I'm sending this out to my moderators now. Henceforth, anytime you see a well-read user or Amit Rainer, time them out. Don't block them though. Just time them out. That's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna answer some of the questions here that were.
Okay, that that kind of sounds like. I mean, I don't know what they did, so I'm not sure about the context of all this. But that, I mean, seriously, that kind of sounds like. It's not even him. It's like, it's Oz. It's like, apparently Amit and Well-Read, attacked Oz or something, and Liam got offended on Oz's behalf. Oh, you attacked my friend, so fuck you. It's like, gonna time you out now. Have my moderators time your asses out. Again, that's like, he can't take it. Like, he can't, like, yeah. Whether people are in the right or in the wrong, it doesn't really matter. It's like, you got to be able to either put up with their bullshit or ignore their bullshit or whatever. You can't, you shouldn't react constantly to things. It's just
and watch the rest of this show just while
or overreact.
Hang out. So this is the very generous Donuts one. He's given $2. Thank you for supporting the show. You can see here's some wonderful art from Oz's kid. Here is a man that works for a self-proclaimed pedophile. And here are a bunch of other lovely people. And here is King of the Concern Trolls.
Wait a minute. Works for a what? Who? This is a problem when I go into this shit cold, and it's like, I don't know what's going on. Who's the self-proclaimed pedophile? What the fuck are we talking about here, man?
So I just want to. There's Oxmore, and here's the man that made Oxmore famous through the musical, through music. This isn't actually sketch therapy. This is Lord Finatra.
Okay, Finatra, and it's not actually Oxmall, is it? It's or it is. It's not like it. Well, there's Cecil who does the Oxmall impression or whatever, but Mike Oxmall is actually Mecca McCheese, I believe, who mostly seems to hang out with Mike and his crowd these days. I considered initially, when I initially saw him on, I guess, Liam's channel, and he, Mecca, when he Mecca McCheese, not Mecca Rant, anyway, and he fucking I don't remember what he said, but the way he said it made me think, okay, this is like a trolly asshole who I should probably block, to avoid having to listen to his bullshit. But later on, he taught, I saw him on Mike's channel and whatnot, and he seemed, reasonably chill. So it's like, okay,
So this is a man who has like 1 subscriber to his channel. It may be me. I'm not sure.
Don't know who the hell that is. Why aren't you subscribed to my channel, Liam? Why is it anyone's? Well, I mean, I've got like 5 subscribers or something. Why are there not more people? Yeah. Why are there not some more people?
And so for the last, I don't know, several hours, Oz has been yelled at by this clown.
Please, 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 Lord, do not have him have fucking copyrighted music or something on this. I don't want this video to be fucking ruined by, because of that.
I mean, I did the whole 3/4 of the house, so yeah, about 2 hours. Oz has been yelled at by Mr. Concern Troll here about gatekeeping on his show. Now,
okay, wait a minute. Mr. Concern Troll, now he pointed to that icon. I believe that's well-read user, because doesn't he do the rabbit thing or whatever? I wasn't sure what the fuck that was. It was reaching for the phone, but I guess maybe because of that it's a fucking rabbit. I couldn't tell if it was a rabbit or an aardvark or whatever the fuck that artwork, But that looks like it's a rabbit with, skull and crossbones take off with rabbit and carrot sticks or whatever. Anyway, I'm assuming that's well read, because it says Amit and well read, and I don't know where Amit is on there. Is he on there? Maybe he's the broken image icon there. I don't know. I mean, you got El Hombre or whatever, and then the guy in the middle. I don't know who the fuck that is. I can't tell. It's too small. And Liam said it was somebody who had like 1 subscriber, so I guess that'd be part of the reason why I don't know him. And I don't know about the upper right-hand corner either.
No, aren't you too fat to discuss your next shelf? Guys, you're supposed to be timing out well-read user for every 5 minutes. That's what we want. So basically, this fuckhead, right?
Why the hell don't you just block him?
This complete fucking joke of a human being has sat there whining and crying for 2 hours when Oz has no say who goes on the show. I decide who goes on Oz's show. It's always been that way.
Okay.
If you got a problem, I mean, take it up with me. It's not Oz's fault. It's not Oz's fault. It's me. You get a voice because I allow you to. I'm the orange tyrant. Why you think you got my little symbol up there? Why you think you're wearing my face? Oz is just a victim in this as much as you are. Well read.
Why does it feel so hot in here? It's not hot. 73 degrees.
Stop. That's the problem. You guys just can't stop me. It's the issue. Your lies, your games, your bullshit doesn't work. Doesn't work. I'm still here, and Oz is still going to be here. But I mean, as it is,
it doesn't work, and yet
he gets to go on.
It does.
Why do I have a toilet seat?
They somebody else asked. Okay, but anyway, so maybe we get an answer to that. It does sort of work, Liam, because part of what they want is for you to react, for you to do what you're doing. Part of what they want is to get under your skin, and you're allowing it to happen. I mean, right now you seem to be handling it better than sometimes, but still, the fact that you felt the need to really say anything at all, other than to just, I mean, you can just have a private word with Oz and be like, "Oh man, that was some bullshit, wasn't it? Those fuckers," and then just you don't have to go live and be like, in public. I don't know. Whatever. All right, so let's get the answer to this question at least.
Sit around my neck. Believe it or not, this is actually a brim to a very manly hat that you can see. It's a construction hat. Basically, I shoved the brim in here like so, and it keeps the sun off my massive neck shelf.
Okay. It was okay. Interesting. But I'm glad to see that somebody else at least thought it looked like its fucking toilet seat. Uh, oh boy. Okay. Yeah. There's more mecha. Oh, I don't know. Do we want to do more of
You know,
Liam?
since I don't want to get, cancer of the neck. I have enough cancer of the eyes and the ears having to listen to this shit all morning, right? So basically, let me explain the.
Yeah, and it should be mentioned, of course. There are people. I mean, I don't really have Liam's complexion, but there are people in my family that have his complexion, and blondes and redheads. I'm darker, but anyway, I'm not that. I mean, I'm not dark, but I'm darker than they are. I don't ever get any sun these days, but when I was a kid, it's like, oh, I browned up quite a bit. Just like where I'd been in the sun, you wouldn't have thought that I was white. But anyway, yes, I do have a number of relatives who are more like Liam there, and yeah, they burn easy. I don't know. I mean, there's probably something worth hearing in there, but it's an hour and a half long. I'm not going to sit here and watch the whole thing, so without knowing, it's just. Let's move on and see. Stop eating my sesame cake. What is that from? I mean, I know what I've seen that. I've seen that movie. I think I remember that line. I'm pretty sure, but I can't fucking remember what movie that is. Some more clips. First one, she claims, and this I have the video here of Nasser and EVS is there and JDA watching some mecha thing, and I think they watch these, but they also talk over them. So we go ahead and do this real quick. First one, she claims that she was a hot chick that wore leather and listened to metal. I think you have to try to beat this cringe. Feminist riding crop action. Oh yeah, she loves the riding crop. Yeah, let's.
Lol at everyone crying about the Phantom Menace getting destroyed. I don't care about the Phantom Menace getting destroyed.
Wait a minute, you don't care about the Phantom Menace getting destroyed? Okay. See, that's another thing, I guess, that's the problem with the Fandom Menace is there's no fucking loyalty. Like, nobody. There are no and what is this? I'm not sure I can read that. Mary Mayhem posting something. What the hell is that? Is that a... I'm fucking blind. Is that a fucking rainbow flag? Is Mary Mayhem gay? I thought she was straight. Or is it just like Pride Month and she's virtue signaling? There's so many people virtue signaling, including people that supposedly don't like that sort of thing. They don't like the empty virtue signal, and yet they do it. So there's another reason why the Phantom Menace is kind of fucked. A bunch of hypocrites. A bunch of leftists and fucking hypocrites. Why was Tom content to get into a very public mud-flinging contest with Mecha over this and not me? It's not as if he is above trying to paint the other person as the problem when he thinks he can. But he can't with me, that's why he said nothing. Wait a minute, who said that? Is that Mecha that said that, or is that... No, I mean, surely it's not. Is that Mary? I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess Mary replying to... Wait a minute. Oh, well, it's Mary. It's Mary Mayhem replying to herself. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what this. I mean, like I said, it's like apparently Tom raised his voice to Mecha, probably in they're probably doing like a fucking Midnight's Edge live stream or After Dark live stream or some shit. And he dared to talk back to her, and that's not acceptable. And now all of the women in the Fandom Menace, all of the fake geek girls, I guess, are circling the wagons against the evil misogynist Tom. Poor Tom. I seriously doubt. I mean, I don't know him personally, obviously, but I seriously doubt that the man deserves this bullshit.
I want something fucking with more dignity and integrity, and if I gotta burn it down and rise out of the ashes of the little boys club, of the nerds who were beat up and now they think they can be the bullies themselves because they were beat up in high school.
Okay, there certainly is some of that. I mean, you know, she's probably describing gammas. But I mean, there's going to be a shit ton of people that are subscribed to her that are going to stay subscribed to her no matter what. They're simps for her or whatever. They're never going to leave. You know, she could abuse them like you would, and some of them would actually probably like that. Would like her to, you know, to talk to them like she thinks they're scum. I've never understood that, by the way. I mean, you know, I don't really, you know, I don't engage in that sort of thing, but I understand that when you're experiencing pleasure, experiencing pain at the same time can kind of heighten the pleasure, if that makes sense. So I understand the whole like BDSM thing from that standpoint, from the, you know, kind of intensifying the feeling thing. I get that. But apparently, like everybody, or almost everybody who's into that, has the whole humiliation thing wrapped up in it. Like, that's part of it. Like, they get off on being humiliated, and it's like, I never understood that. I never understood why anyone would be interested in that. It's like, why do you want... Yeah, it's like, I mean, you know, whipped, spanked, whatever. It's like, okay, maybe, you know, but also told that you're a pathetic piece of shit, you know, or something at the same time. It's like, why would you be interested in that? Why would anyone want that? I don't get it. What if she does that? What if Rob's into that? Okay. Let's not go there.
Really. See, I was the hot.
Oh, but what I was gonna say is, it'd be fucking funny if the Fandom Menace and her channel along with it burns down and she loses a bunch of her fucking subscribers, and then it's like, oh yeah, you spent so fucking long trying to climb up and you were almost to 6 figures, young lady. And then you fucking torched it, and then you drop down to like the low tens of thousands or something, and you struggle to ever get past that. That'd be fucking funny. It'd be hilarious if she sabotaged her own channel by deciding to say, fuck the Fandom Menace and fuck all of you men. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, you know, frankly, with the sort of behavior that she's just, I mean... I can understand people being, you know, not simping, but being subscribed to her or whatever, paying some attention to her before when she was doing her I'm anti-SJW apparently grift. But now that she's shown what a worthless SJW bitch she really is, apparently, and how, you know, now she's gonna go through all the leftist talking points and shit. At this point, any man who has any self-respect at all should not be associated with her, or a woman for that matter. You know, if you're a woman who actually respects yourself and you respect men, you respect other people, you shouldn't be associated with her either. But anyway, like I said, it'd be so fucking funny if she really just shot herself in the foot with this crap.
Chick in a leather jacket, listening to heavy metal, hanging out at concerts.
I've seen someplace else, either on the farms or somewhere else that I was looking at earlier, where somebody was saying that she had zero self-awareness. Pardon me. I'm not sure if that's true, but a comment like that does kind of make you wonder. So she says she was the hot chick in leather who was listening to metal at concerts or whatever. She is, I believe, in her 40s now. You know, early 40s, I think. But and obviously people change over time. But I mean, for instance, there was this one girl that I went to school with. She wasn't like unattractive, but she was just kind of plain, I guess. And then when she grew up and was like I don't know, college age or whatever, I guess, she was fucking hot. It's like, damn, she's beautiful. It's a very, very much a good outcome there. Not everybody's so lucky. Anyway, my my misfortune in that regard is entirely self-inflicted, as I mentioned before. Anyway, and it could be the same thing with Mecca. It's like she could have been thin in high school or something. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Why am I so tired so early? So it could be that, but it also could be that she's just, remembering the past in the way that she'd like to remember it rather than the way that it really was. I mean, to be honest, I kind of personally would have to look at her and say, if I had to guess what she was really like in high school, I'd say that she probably, she may or may not have thought of herself as hot. She probably was not hot. I mean, she's not, she's not ugly. She's reasonably attractive for someone who is somewhat overweight. And let's be honest, she's not massively overweight. As much as everybody's calling her a fat hog because, she's being a bitch and inviting people to attack her on her, any point of vulnerability, and weight is one of them. I mean, let's look at that picture again real quick. It's like, is she overweight? Yes, she definitely is. She should be probably much, much smaller to be, what is that? Oh my god. God. Oh, shit. But yeah, she should be much thinner, given her frame. And she's probably not very tall. I don't know for sure, obviously, but, like, she's probably, she should be, if she was in good shape, she'd be a fairly petite person, and she's not. Of course, along with that, she'd probably have, significantly smaller breasts if she was in shape. But she's not enormous. Like, I mean, there are, I know people, let's just put it that way. It's like, I know a lot of people, both men and women, but, we're talking about women here. I know a lot of women who are, I know a lot of women who are overweight. And some of them look about like she does, and some of them look thinner, but they're still clearly overweight. But there are some that are just huge. I mean, they're gigantic. And, it's like, she's not gigantic. She's not massively overweight. She's overweight, but not massively so. And if she would stop smoking so damn much pot, stop eating so many cakes, stop, and this is the big one, and I know this, I say this from personal experience, I know this, stop sucking down so many sugary soft drinks. That's the real killer. The liquid sugar, that is what packs on the pounds and keeps them there. But if she'd start eating right and, you don't have to go to the gym, just fucking walk or something. She'd be, slimmed down in a relatively short period of time. If you, I mean, you don't want to drop the weight really quickly, actually, because it'll, doesn't give your skin time to tighten up, and then you've got so much flab. A friend of mine, he had a big old, belly on him from drinking beer, and then he lost it all really quickly. He hit the gym or whatever, and he worked it all off real fast. But his stomach looks like shit. It looks like I don't even know how to describe it. It looks horrible because he lost the weight so fast that the skin didn't tighten up. So now the skin's all wrinkly and cottage cheese looking or something. You know, it's like, ugh. You know, it still jiggles even though, you know, there's not hardly anything there except skin. You know, there's skin and then muscle underneath it, but you can't see the muscle because the skin didn't tighten up. And you know, it's like, you know, you can't afford any surgical solutions to that, so it just has to live with it. And probably I've left it too long and gotten too big to fix that issue myself. You know, I'm probably going to wind up being in a similar situation where I've got too much extra skin if I manage to lose the weight. But, and that's, in a way, that's kind of an argument against losing the weight. But then again, it's like, yeah, well, you know, health, you know, is you got to do it. But anyway, but if you want to do it nice and slow, it's like you should probably take, you know, like a year or so to lose all that weight. And anyway, so if she did the right things, it's like she could have that shit under control and probably look pretty fucking good in like a year's time, you know, maybe less. But anyway, like I said, it's like, I mean, she could have been thin, and if she was, then yeah, you know, I mean, not hot like model hot, but hot like, you know, girl next door hot, maybe. Yeah, I could see that. It's like that could have been the case, but somehow it just doesn't sound like it. Like, just her personality and everything about her just speaks of somebody who probably never was the quote-unquote hot chick. She may have thought she was, but she probably was just, yeah, she's not bad looking, but she's not hot. And the wore leather and listened to metal or whatever, it's like, yeah, that sounds like somebody who, in some respects, is a bit of a social outcast. I mean, look, many people are not on the top of the pyramid or you know, hierarchy, whatever the fuck you want to call it, however you want to, you know, envision it when you're talking about the way social interactions work. A lot of people are not on the top. They're not top of the heap. A lot of people are further down. Some of them are on the fucking bottom. But it's like, when you say you're the hot chick, it's like, the hot chick isn't the one who wears leather and listens to metal. The hot chick is the kind of stereotypical head cheerleader, you know, who works out all the time and has a really great bod and dates, you know, the quarterback or whatever. That's the hot chick. Like, the hot, you know, it's, you know, the best Mecca probably could hope for under the circumstances that she herself has described here is she's the kind of interesting, kind of exotic alternative chick. You know, it's like, she wasn't really the hot chick, but she may have been considered fairly good looking, but she was the chick who wore leather and went to metal concerts and shit. And it's like, yeah, you're kind of the alternative. You know, it's like, you're not the mainstream, you're not the hot chick, you're not that, you're not that. It's like, it's an alternative to that, and some people will prefer that alternative. But don't lie to yourself and be like, oh, I was the hot chick. It's like, were you? It's like, not really. You know, and like I said, it's like, you know, how many times? I mean, again, it's like the hot chick. The hot chick is the head cheerleader. You know, I mean, that's just a fact. Everybody knows it. It's one of those things. It's like, everybody paints the head cheerleader and the quarterback as assholes. You know, that's why you see it in Hollywood movies. That's why the pretty people, the rich people, the successful people, they're always painted as the villains. But the truth is that, you know, they're not. I mean, they're not necessarily the heroes either, but, you know, they're just people. But they're people who are more fortunate than the rest of us when it comes to genetics or circumstances or whatever. But you shouldn't hate them for it, for fuck's sake. I mean, you shouldn't even hate them if they are complete assholes. Although disliking them for, you know, when they are complete, that's understandable. Oh, anyway, all right.
Right, all right. That's who I was. That's who I was in the 90s. You know, I wasn't. I was hiding the fact
So that's who she tells herself she is.
that I like Star Trek. All right. I wasn't.
If you're not, unless you're a fake geek girl, then I don't think that you actually hide the fact that you like things like that. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, despite all of her weirdness, like web toes and shit, Anna, that Star Wars girl, is fairly pretty. You know, she is, well, currently still young, and she's, you know, petite, but at the same time that she's small and relatively thin, she also has huge tits. And, you know, she likes Star Wars, she likes Star Trek, she's into all the sci-fi shit, and it's like, while she may be, like I said, deformed or whatever in some ways, and she's got these weird interests, you know, I mean, not Star Trek and Star Wars weird, but like really weird, like, you know, wanting to watch, you know, pimples getting popped and weird shit like that. Ugh. You know, there may be a lot of things about her that are fucking weird as can be, but she's still hot. You know, it's like Anna is you know, much closer than Mecca ever was. I pretty much guarantee you that, to being the hot chick. And is Anna hiding her interest in science fiction? Not a damn bit. It's like, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it was supposedly uncool to like Star Trek or Star Wars or anything when I was a kid. I don't remember. I don't think I really cared. It's like I was into it, and I was friends with other people who were into that sort of thing, and you know, what the more popular, more successful jock types or whatever, what they liked or didn't like, didn't really enter into it. It's like, well, they can like whatever they like. It doesn't matter. It's like, it doesn't matter to me. You know, it's like, okay, you know, the popular jock guy, he likes football, I guess, and it's like, so what? Liking football is not going to make me into, you know, somebody who's better looking and more gifted athletically. So, you know, it's like, why should I try to artificially change my interests to, you know, to match somebody? There's no point to it. It's like, you know, you like what you like, and you might as well embrace it. And if other people don't like it, then, well, that's fine, you know. And if they try to give you shit over it, then just ignore them, for fuck's sake.
They just wish that they were. Is that a surge can? I saw.
Is that a surge can? They just wish that. Is that a surge can? I don't know. Now wait a minute. What? What the fuck? Liam is now tagging Risey with Slick Jimmy. For a grown-ass man building a tree fort, he sure is quick to throw around shade. Okay, Slick Jimmy's the guy that got arrested for cheese pizza. Whew. Okay. Why? Jesus, Liam. I mean, I don't know what the fuck Risey, you know, said, but Risey's generally, I mean, you know, he's a fucking drunk, but he's generally a reasonably cool fucking drunk. You know, he's reasonably amusing sort of guy. I didn't realize that Liam had any particular problem with Risey. Why is he, you know, why is he trying to link him to the pedo dude? The fuck? Actually, I think she shared pictures of herself when she was like middle school aged, and she wasn't skinny. I mean, she wasn't fat, but she wasn't skinny either, and she certainly wasn't hot. You know, she's just a kid, just kind of a slightly dorky kid. Okay, that may be the stream that I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and do this writing crop one. This is her spurging out at Ethan, I believe.
Ooh.
And he enters. He apparently comes into her chat, and I don't know what he says. And I believe on Nasser's stream, Nasser asked him, and EVS didn't remember what he said, but he knows he didn't say what. Knows he didn't call her little girl or whatever. Real talk. Situations where one has questions at the beginning, so that one opportunists get involved. Questions are answered. I stand with Thomas Connors Jr. Okay, so that's Tom. I couldn't remember his fucking name. I kept thinking it was Cotton, and I don't know why I was thinking Cotton, but Connor. Okay, Connors. Okay, so whoever that is, something or other, Rogue Entertainment is standing with Tom. Good on you, sir, because I suspect that he's very much in the right, given the way that Mecca's acting. Probably she's in the wrong. Certainly sounds like it. But again, I don't actually know the details of whatever the fuck it is that supposedly pissed her off so much.
There is.
And nobody else seems to either.
Your grievances. And I'm not gonna lie for these people anymore. I'm not gonna lie to protect these people. Screw that. I have more integrity than to lie and cover up a bunch of people who are really no better than the man babies the media says they are.
Okay, I'm not. I don't know. I mean, is she suggesting that she has access to like back channel communications with Midnight's Edge and is saying that they're a bunch of man babies or whatever, that these guys are out. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot, and that's the weird thing to me. There are some things that I don't say in public because I consider that, that joke's a little too extreme. Maybe you shouldn't, maybe I should just keep that to myself. And there's some comments, to spare people's feelings or whatever that I won't make. It's like it may occur to me to make them, I won't make them, at least not in public. and when I say not in public, I mean I make them to myself, and that's as far as it goes. I don't mean I went and DM'd a bunch of people and was like, here's what I thought, but I didn't actually type it out in the chat. I don't do that. It's like if I think that it doesn't need to be said publicly, then I don't say it publicly, and I consider DMs to still be kind of sort of public. So, like putting something out there, I generally don't. I mean, occasionally you say something that it's like, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but generally speaking, I don't fucking say things that I don't pretty much stand behind. It's like, I mean, I may be mistaken about something. It's like I may say that, oh, well, I thought this and such, but, and then later it turns out that, well, that wasn't the case. I was like, okay, sorry. I didn't know. But apparently it's like a very common thing to have the, I guess, like locker room talk type thing or whatever going on with everybody. Like, when you're when you're like going to be on a stream or whatever and you're typing in the private chat, they apparently like share all kinds of I guess inappropriate comments with one another. Like that's just common to do. I mean, it's so fucking weird to me. It's like I wouldn't engage in any of that shit. It's like if you're gonna say, it's like you shouldn't say something to anybody unless you're prepared to say it publicly. That's a general rule. It's not an absolute, but it's a general rule of thumb to go by on the fucking internet. Remember that basically anything you put out on the internet is public. So if you don't want it to be out there, don't put it out there. Don't put it out there in what you consider to be, it's kind of sort of private. It's like, it's not. It's not private. It's going out into the world. You want it private, then just say it to yourself. Don't fucking involve anybody else. Or if you do, involve somebody in real life. It's like you tell your spouse, you tell your best friend, whatever, but you don't fucking put it out on the goddamn internet. I don't understand people who fucking do that. It was a monstrously long video. I mean, not hers, mine.
Like, seriously. If you have a boys club of guys who want to sit around and talk shit about a bunch of YouTube podcasters and body shame them and all this shit and slam...
Wait a minute. She's pardon me. She's bitching about body shaming. Now, is that people talking about her being overweight, which she is? I mean, you should just accept that, and you know, I mean, you can consider people who bring it up to be assholes. That's fine, but you know, but trying to deny that you are overweight, that's not, you know, that's not positive. That's not a positive move on your part. It's like, you should acknowledge that you have a problem and try to address it, or just say fuck it, I don't care, and don't address it. But don't pretend like you're not overweight. You know, don't pretend like, that's fine. You know, I'm fine. I'm perfectly healthy. It's like, no, you're not. You know, like, I don't do that. I don't do that to myself, and she shouldn't do it to herself either. It's like, don't deny that you have a problem. You know, you're going to wind up where I am, you know. Well, you know, I mean, it's not like I ever went to the hospital, but my blood pressure did get so high that, you know, my family was like, we're going to fucking kidnap you and take you to the hospital if you don't fucking go to the doctor and get some fucking pills or something and deal with this shit. So, you know, I went to the doctor and I got some fucking pills. And, you know, the reality is if I'll just, you know, eat better. Spit went down the wrong tube. Anyway, the reality is if I, you know, if I'll just eat better and exercise more, it's like, it'll probably... I probably won't need the pills anymore. It's like my blood pressure will be under control because, you know, in case nobody's heard this yet, that's apparently like one of the major fucking factors of having hypertension, high blood pressure, is being overweight. So you drop the pounds, it's like you're going to be so much better off. You know, that shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Didn't honestly come as a surprise to me. But anyway. But there you go. Anyway, but I don't know for sure if she's talking about her or she's talking about somebody else. Is there somebody else that's being body shamed? But frankly, I mean, what are we talking about body shaming? Is somebody saying that, oh, so and so is a big fat hog? You know, I mean, you shouldn't put it in terms like that probably if you want to even pretend to be friends with them, but mentioning that somebody is overweight, grossly so, perhaps even. Okay, so what? You know, I mean, are we talking like a, you know, she said boys club or whatever? Are we talking like, oh, they were talking about, you know, which pair of tits they like the best out of the women that are on, you know, that are on the streams or whatever? Like, I mean, that's locker room talk that I pretty much would not personally involve myself in. That's like, I don't, you know, again, that's a comment that I make to myself generally. I mean, you know, I made it earlier about Anna. I was like, you know, she's got big tits. It's like, well, you know, she knows that. She says it. She says she's got, you know, D cups or whatever. So it's like, yeah. You know, and I also pointed out that I don't really watch her videos most of the time. As I'm not, you know, I'm certainly not like, you know, there's some guys, I guess, who are on there, you know, like every time she live streams, they're super chatting or just to hear her read what they said, I guess, or whatever. It's like, I don't know. I don't get that. Anyway, well, I mean, I sort of do, maybe, I don't know. I can't think of anybody, you know, any like online personality or anybody famous either for that matter. It's like, you know, like movie star. I can't think of anybody like that I'd have sufficient interest in. I mean, you know, have I had infatuations with actresses or whatever in the past? Sure, but you know, that I would pay money to hear them say something or whatever. No, I don't know. It's just, that's just weird to me. This is kind of odd behavior, but that's what people do. A bunch of people do that. Anyway, so let's finish.
Every woman in the community that you disagree with, maybe you are threatened by women. Maybe.
Okay, so maybe they're insulting the women that are in the community that are disagreeing with them. And like I said, it's not nice, but at the same time, it's like, if you get into some kind of argument with somebody like Mecca, and you consider that she's being kind of a bitch or whatever, or even simply that she's very wrong on some particular topic, then it's not such an unnatural human reaction to be like, I'm going to mention the fact that she's overweight, like maybe you shouldn't, but you decide to do it, because you're angry or whatever. It's like it's not nice, but it's understandable. It is actually understandable. All right.
Maybe you are afraid of women. Maybe you are afraid of because let's see, common denominator here. You only ever complain about Ray, Kathleen Kennedy, and women in your own communities. Oh, and Brie fucking Larson. Gee, maybe you do hate women. Oh, maybe you do hate women. The way you treat us, for fuck's sake. It's like you didn't have to go down that route. You could have, I don't know, not played the listen here, little girl, that sexist piece of shit stuff. Right?
Okay, so EVS at least says he definitely did not refer to her as a little girl. So I don't know.
So you got triggered because you don't want to be mansplained to? No, I got triggered because I got yelled and screamed at.
Triggered because she got yelled and screamed at. Again, this is a thing that seems to be a problem for women. I can understand how some men could, be upset by being yelled and screamed at. But I think men are more likely to take it in stride. And women seem to, do the whole, words or violence thing and just be like, oh, but you raised your voice to me, that's the same thing as slapping the shit out of my face. It's like, no, it's not. It's not at all the same thing. It's entirely different. I don't know.
And bullied and shunned for fucking 3 years, none business.
Wait a minute. Bullied and shunned for 3 years? What is she talking about? Bullied and shunned for 3 years? I mean, is she suggesting that either... ever since EVS left the High Council, hasn't Mecca been on it? Is she suggesting that World Class Bullshitters have been shunning and bullying her or something? Or is she talking about Midnight's Edge, who she's also been associated with for quite a long while? It's like, again, missing the context here. I guess I should have looked up maybe Tom's Twitter feed or something and tried to figure out from there what in the fuck is going on. Although one thing that apparently went on is that at some point during whatever the fuck happened and her interactions with whoever, Tom or whoever, apparently Mecca fucking said something about Zack Snyder possibly passed his daughter, the one that committed suicide, which is why he had the anti-suicide foundation or whatever, possibly passed her around Pedowood. And it's like, is that possible? Yeah, unfortunately. But is it something you should say unless you have some kind of fucking evidence to indicate that? No. No. It's not the sort of thing that you should, you don't make that kind of accusation or even, pure hypothetical or whatever. You don't fucking bring that shit up and say it, at least not in public, unless you've got some reason to suspect it. And as far as I know, there's no reason to believe that. Could it have happened? Sure, might have been why she killed herself for all I know. But is there any evidence to indicate that? To the best of my knowledge, none. So what the fuck? It's that is a weird thing for her to bring up out of the fucking blue. And again, I don't understand. I don't know the context of that. I don't know why in the fuck she bring up Zack Snyder when apparently she's having some kind of argument with the Midnight's Edge guy.
Did you not see the rest of those streams? Did you not see? It's not just being mansplained to you.
Well, and no, I didn't. And probably a lot of other people besides didn't, so we don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Fuck. It's being yelled at, bullied, berated, silenced, and...
Now, this makes me wonder... She says the other streams. It's like, okay, so is this stream she was on? And she said 3 years. Does she think that the whole time that she's been on Midnight's Edge, she considers that she's been abused by the men because maybe they talked over her or something and they didn't really, she felt like, oh, I can't get a word in edgeways, and it's like, you got to learn to use your outside voice then. You got to learn to talk over them. I mean, admittedly, like, just mechanically speaking, it's not as easy for women because their voices are higher pitched and whatnot. It's not as easy for them to be heard when they're, I mean, live streams are kind of awkward things where people, there might be a delay or whatever, and people are kind of talking over each other by accident anyway. But I can understand. I mean, honest, and it probably does have something to do with personality too, because women, if you'll notice, I can't remember her fucking name, but one of the Geeks and Gamer girls that Jeremy has working for him, the Asian one, she's really pretty, but I don't remember her name offhand. And I'm not sure that she has a YouTube channel. I think she's just on Twitch, and I don't fucking watch anything on Twitch anymore. But she was on Friday Night Tights some week recently, and I happened to watch some of it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched some of it. And one of the things that you notice is that she's there with like maybe eight guys, 7 or 8 guys. The guys are talking. She almost never said anything. She very, very rarely spoke. Maybe that's, because she doesn't have a whole lot to say, and maybe it's just because she's kind of intimidated. Women have a tendency to, it seems, be intimidated by that sort of situation where there's a lot of people talking, and I don't, like they just for some reason don't feel comfortable trying to inject themselves into that and trying to talk over other people in order to be heard. I mean, ideally, in a conversation you try to sort of wait your turn, but a lot of times if there's more than just 2 participants, it's like you don't really get a turn. It's like you have to assert yourself, otherwise you're not going to say anything. Like, nobody's going to be like, did you have something to say? It's like, especially not with, I mean, occasionally they will for women. But if you're a guy, it's like, nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to fucking offer, nobody's going to be like, oh, hey, did you have anything? No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to fucking do that at all. Now, for women, sometimes one of the guys will, and you can call it white knighting or just being polite, whatever. Sometimes a guy will be like, hey, shut up, guys. It's like, so-and-so, Cindy, did you have something to say? It's like, and then that, anyway, I don't know. I don't know what she's referring to, but it would not surprise me if it turned out that her whole fucking gripe here is that, oh, for years they talked over me. I felt bullied. It's like, Jesus.
And should not, and being forced to lie for a bunch of people who are no better than what the SJWs say.
Okay, it definitely sounds like she's making a heel turn, doesn't it? And it really does. It really sounds like she's getting ready to jump ship and reveal that I now stand with the SJWs. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing when people do that. I don't know whether they really believe that bullshit. I mean, look, as a former leftist, I can tell you that I stopped being a leftist and became a right-winger because I recognized that the right was on, I mean, not obviously not like, conservative ink, but like some of the fundamental concepts that is embraced by the right wing or whatever are true. There, it's like just some of the underlying philosophy is true. So I recognize, okay, right wing, politically speaking, right wing is the way to go because it's true, and the left, all their stuff is, or almost all their stuff anyway, is lies. It's horseshit. So I recognized, I recognized truth, and I moved to be in line with truth. And obviously, I mean, it's possible to be mistaken, and for people who were in line, or maybe they never understood the truth anyway, but it's possible, I suppose, for them to think that the truth lies on the left and move towards it. But I have a really hard time believing that anybody who moves from right to left really believes it. I feel like they probably know it's bullshit, and they just are, and they're embracing grift. They're like, I can make this work, and so they go to the left, and for whatever benefit that they think it has for them. Of course, it has no benefit for the long-term survival of civilization, or anything else. But a lot of people don't think long-term. A lot of people don't think that way. So, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me though if she does that. If she decides to just be like, oh, I'm gonna fly my freak flag and become a full-blown SJW now.
That's the issue. That's the issue. And if you think that this is about being mansplained to, then you don't see this shit. Then you're not looking at your fucking screen. Look at your fucking screen, for fuck's sake. Look at your fucking screen. All right? Look at your fucking screen. We're to the point now. We're to the point now where this piece of shit yells at you in your fucking stream.
You're yelling. Right now, you're yelling at your audience, whoever it was in the chat who asked that question, whatnot. Don't know for sure how, diplomatically they phrased it, but got a feeling that they probably phrased it a little bit more diplomatically than you did your response. You're screaming at people. Again, SJWs always project. The left always projects, and she is essentially an admitted leftist. She's always admitted to leaning left on various issues. She just claimed to be anti-SJW. But that may have been a lie all along. Don't know.
When you're in voice chat with him to bully you into silence and belittle you.
Voice chat. Okay, so she's voice chatting, I guess, with Tom, and he raised his voice. I'd really love to know the context, because that context is key to understanding things, and in a vacuum, all I'm getting is she seems deranged. But for all I know, admittedly, Tom could be equally deranged. Like, he could have been screaming bloody murder at her, in voice chat for what he considered to be a legitimate reason, and what, as a non-involved, party, I would consider, what the fuck are you doing, dude? That's like crazy, But I don't know. I'd have to hear it. I'm obviously, we're not going to do that. Obviously, we're not going to get to hear whatever it was that actually went down. We're just going to have to listen to her side of it and his side of it, and to quote Kosh, from Babylon 5. Understanding is a three-edged sword. There's your side, their side, and the truth. Well, that's why I prefer to be on the side of the truth as often as I can manage to get there. Figure out what that is, because anyway, it was. So I don't know. I mean, he could have been being a real dickwad to her, in the back channel, whatever, but. Then again, he might have been telling her not to say like she wanted to make some kind of comment, or had been making some kind of comment, and he was basically kind of trying to take her aside and be like, you need to stop doing that. You're going to get us in trouble. You're going to get our channels taken down, or you're going to get us in legal trouble or something. He could have been doing that, and he might very well have resorted to screaming at her if she wouldn't fucking listen. And she's like, no, I have freedom of speech. I want, I'm going to say what I think. No, stop that, shut up. You're going to get us, sued out of existence, you bitch. So if he did that, under those circumstances, then I personally wouldn't blame him at all. Again, both of those are hypotheticals. It's like, I don't know which way it went. It's like, who's in the right? Maybe neither one of them. Maybe both of them. Maybe only one. And and if so, which one? Don't know. Although, frankly, based on how she's acting in public, I'd have to think Tom is more likely to be the one who is in the right. You know, it's just, I mean, then again, maybe, I mean, nobody's showing videos of Tom, but maybe Tom is also doing videos and freaking out. Who knows? Like I said, you know, more context is needed, damn it.
All right? I'm done! I am fucking done, and I'm not going to let any one of you try and bully me into silence one more fucking minute! Do you understand me? Do you fucking understand me? And I will melt down and I will yell and I will scream, but not one more fucking person is gonna bully me into silence. You're not gonna smear these other women to protect Tom fucking Connors. You're not gonna false flag channels anymore, and I am fucking done. And
false flag channels. Now, that's interesting. I wonder who is flagging channels and whether it really is false and what it's about. That'd be interesting to find out. You know, what I would... I mean, my counsel, if she were listening to me, obviously she's not going to, but you know, even if she ever heard what I had to say, she wouldn't listen. But my counsel to her would be, look, if you have a legitimate grievance here, you need to be a little bit more fucking calm about it, and you need to, you know, as people say, bring receipts. You know, you should. It's like if Tom was berating you in voice chat, you should have recorded that shit and have the evidence and be like, yeah, this is what the bastard said to me. And if he was totally out of line, then, well, you got him dead to rights. But then again, it's like if the evidence doesn't actually support your ass, and instead it's like, no, he was being reasonable, it's like you just took it really badly, then that wouldn't go so well for you. So, I don't know. Receipts are a double-edged sword that way. It just depends on whether or not your perception of how things are going matches up with the reality of how things are going, of how, you know, other people are going to perceive it, and probably if they're more emotionally distant from it, they're going to perceive it in a more neutral fashion. I don't know. She keeps saying not going to be silent, not going to lie anymore. You know. I mean, and it's all about Tom, so it definitely sounds like she's having essentially, I guess, a work dispute, as it were, with Tom with regards to Midnight's Edge. That, I mean, I don't know that that's what that's about, but it sure sounds like it. Sure sounds like that's what we're dealing with here.
And Pie Man, if you're gonna fucking yell and mansplain and be a piece of shit sexist pig,
there we go, and that's Ethan. I don't know if he just entered her chat just now or what the fuck's going on, but there she is exploding at Ethan. And you know, as far as Ethan being a sexist pig or whatever, it's like, I think a lot of feminists would consider him to be so, but I think the reality is that he just recognizes that women are different. Women are different, and they take things differently. They react to things differently, and therefore, the traditional approach of of having sort of sex segregation, of having women not really be involved in things that are men's domain. I mean, I know that sucks for the few women out there that are completely and totally reasonable, but for the rest of the women, it's like the majority of women are all kind of emotional wrecks a lot of the time, and yeah, I mean, you just can't. I mean, of course, increasingly it seems like the men are emotional wrecks too, and I don't know how much of that's a result of like soy in the diet, or how much of it's a result of just the fact that things are getting more stressful as everything falls down around us. I don't know, but I mean, she is freaking the fuck out here, and it's not a good look. It's not a good look for anybody to freak out like this. It does not ever help your case to go, just go ape shit.
Then you are exactly what Renfamous says you are. You are exactly what Rewriting Ripley says every fucking one of you people are.
Okay. Having gone through the Rewriting Ripley article, which smeared Mecha Random as much as it did anybody else, but, well, maybe not as much, but It smeared her along with everybody else. It kept calling her alt-right, for fuck's sake. I mean, she's a goddamn leftist, as I've said before, and she's clearly showing that she's actually, all this time pretty much has been an SJW herself. But like I said, it's like, that's crazy. It's like, I mean, did she read the Rewriting Ripley thing? That'd be an interesting question to have answered. Did she fucking read it? As I read it, I read through the whole fucking thing. You can see those videos on my channel. I read through the whole goddamn fucking article. It was ridiculously long. I read through the whole thing and offered commentary at every point about how much fucking bullshit it all was. It was annoying as fuck to have to continually point out that, yep, that's a lie, and yep, there we go, the same lie again, and the same lie again, and the same fucking lie again. They kept saying, like I said, half the people were like her. They're fucking leftists. And they kept saying they're alt-right. And it's like, nobody on your goddamn article, nobody on the list of people that you mentioned was alt-right, except for Richard Spencer and maybe a couple others that I didn't know who the fuck they were. But everybody else, it's like, no, they're not alt-right. Most of them aren't even on the right at all. Most of them were fucking leftists. It's just insane. Of course, Richard Spencer's a leftist too. Like I said, it's like he's fucking socialist. But still, for her to say that, it's like, god damn, what the fuck? You're either speaking from ignorance of what was in that article, or
And shame on you! Shame on Andre! Shame on Neurotic! Shame on Geeks and Gamers!
Wow. Okay. She's throwing everybody under the bus. I don't know that I saw this part before, or didn't notice it anyway. Holy shit. So she's throwing everybody under the bus. Shame, and that's another thing that the SJWs do is shame. Try to do shame. Which who was it? What the hell? The guy's name is RJ or whatever, I think. But what is his fucking channel name? The Fourth Age? Is that it? He's got a video, I think he's the one that had a video talking about the difference between shame culture and guilt culture, I think. Is pointing out that, in the, traditionally in the Christian West, it's like you kind of had this guilt culture, which is you feel bad about things because you know that what you did was wrong. And that's how things are dealt with, is you understand what right from wrong, and, and therefore it's kind of, your people in society are kind of self-correcting to an extent. And instead, both the older and now being brought back, the new culture is not a Christian culture. It's like the old pagan culture or whatever. There's not really a recognition of right and wrong. There's not clear definitions of that. There's just what the majority of people are insisting be done or not done. And therefore it's a shame culture, and people are trying to, to shame you into behaving the way they want you to behave. And obviously that's that's an extremely unstable, what's the word, dis-civilizational or whatever kind of way to do things. Pardon me. Anyway, so she's going after Andre, who's the guy who runs Midnight's Edge, and she said shame on Nerdrotic. It's like, I don't know what that's about. Shame on Gary, and who else did she say?
Shame on you! Shame on Andre! Shame on Neurotic! Shame on Geeks and Gamers for...
Geeks and Gamers. Well, I don't disagree with that. Shame on Geeks and Gamers for being a bunch of fucking virtue signaling cucks. They've it's like I can't really respect them anymore because of the all the bullshit that they've done. Anyway, they're so diverse for the sake of diversity. Jeremy's so fucking pleased with himself that, look, I've got so many leftist shitbags working for me. But yeah, and in time, they are going to show their true SJW colors and ruin your company. And when it goes down in flames, gonna laugh.
Letting this shit happen. Mary's part of Geeks and Gamers. The fact that Jeremy isn't saying something should...
Okay, so apparently that's a comment about Mary Mayhem, but we saw her tweet earlier. What is it up there? It's like, why was Tom content to get into a very public mud flinging contest with Mecca over this and not me? So what? Well, it says public, but does that mean he attacked Mary in private, or does that mean that he didn't attack her at all and she's complaining about being left out? But if so, why the fuck is Mecca bitching about Jeremy not standing up for Mary?
Tell you something. Should tell you...
Yeah, it tells me... Well, it tells me nothing because I don't understand enough of the context, but, you know, it wouldn't tell me anything anyway because Jeremy is a, he's pretty pathetic, really. You know, I didn't used to think so, but I've come to recognize it. Yeah, he is. Of course, I should have known that from how absurdly rude he was to people. It's like, nobody goes from 0 to I fucked your mother last night without being basically themselves a piece of shit cuck. Like you don't immediately start insulting people's mothers unless you're kind of a weakling piece of shit. So I don't know.
Something. These people have a hate boner for every fucking woman in the community.
Do they? I mean, oh man. Well, you know, who was it? Was it EVS who said something about stop fucking forming communities? Communities are bullshit. You know, like, yeah. That's is not entirely wrong there, so.
And I am tired of it.
Arr.
God damn, I am tired of it. Calling you and Rolling Thunder Queen Mecca. I'm tired of it. Nerdettes here.
Nerdettes newsstand. Yeah, I wonder what her take is on it. She seems like a nice enough girl, but my God, her voice is just, yeah. Ooh, nails on a chalkboard, man. Nails on a chalkboard. I mean, it's not, it's not her fault, but still, it it's true. So ooh. Look, 15 years younger than Brie. I don't know. A lot of people are attacking Brie Larson for being ugly, and it's like, she's not really ugly, guys. I mean, her feet are kind of fucked up looking for for some reason. I'm not sure what's up with that. But she's not ugly. I mean, she's an SJW. She's a piece of shit, because of her opinions, but she's not really ugly. There's that fat, but I don't give a shit like Ethan. Then there's nutcase like Mecca. Yeah. Self-aware. Yeah, Ethan's a self-aware joke. I guess no thanks. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I used fat angle shots, but it better be this fat. Well, again, she's not immensely huge. She really isn't. There's Nasser. Well, EFAP. Okay, yes. So that's what he did in this one that I've got ready. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on. I don't know how I guess I don't know. There's so many fucking things that happen. Okay, and here is Robot Shlomo. This is the Rob dude. I think that's his name. And he is apparently either he's living with Mecca or else he's just visiting. So he's associated with Midnight's Edge, or was originally, and then he's become increasingly associated with Mecca and her channel. And I don't know. I mean, again, on the one hand, it's like it's none of my business what their relationship is, but if she's manipulating him to having into being on her side in some sort of internal squabble at Midnight's Edge, then that's kind of shitty. Alright, here we are with some more shit that Mr. Dongs has. This is the fall of the Fandom Menace or whatever, I don't know what the title of the video. Even though me and Geeks and Gamers keep getting brought up, I literally have nothing to do with this drama going on. I've said publicly for months, not part of the Fandom Menace. I saw what was happening. What is he talking about? I mean, I don't pay enough attention to them, I guess, to know, and wanted no part of it. I'm part of Geeks and Gamers, and that's it. Leave me out of this shit. So, yes. So, Jeremy has disavowed the Fandom Menace. The official Midnight's Edge. What DJ Cobra said, behind closed doors, we begun distancing ourselves more than a year ago, and that was entirely our call, as we couldn't be associated with the conduct on display. No one else either influenced or factored in the decision. Okay, conduct on display. Whose conduct are they talking about? Are they talking about Mecca? Is it her conduct? I mean, I admit to having kind of stopped paying attention to her, so I don't know whether she's been like worse more recently or what the fuck's going on, or maybe it's some of the other women in the community that he's at the time. I don't know. This is weird. Long story short, I've quit the Fandom Menace. Okay, it's starting to look like there's nobody left in the Fandom Menace. I mean, like some. I think it's coming up. This image right here is Dongs has that up. Not lie to protect a group of YouTube channels that practice shunning women who disagree with them. Again, who and why? It's I mean, what are the disagreements? That's what I'd be interested to know. And try to silence people rather than be exposed for being shill access media. And again, who the fuck is that? Who? I mean, we all know that the access media are shills, but I mean, I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention really to Midnight's Edge anymore. So, are they getting a lot of entertainment insiders or whatever to talk to them in exchange for being shills and not being actual, not actually reporting reality anymore? Because that's what the access media does. That's what they're all about. Is we've got access as long as we don't tell the truth. Going solo, should I write a book about it? Well, that's entirely up to you, Mecca. I don't imagine hardly anybody will fucking read it. It isn't a recent thing either. I removed Fandom Menace from my Twitter account over a year ago. So, what happened? What happened like a year ago or over a year ago to make all these people decide to do this? Even though, as near as I can tell, they didn't officially make it clear that we're not Fandom Menace. It's like that didn't seem to be a thing. Like they kind of had their tacit endorsement, as it were, still, and only now are they really trying to make it clear that no, we're not part of that. I mean, Jeremy is only concerned about his brand, my brand. He's such a piece of shit. And Mecca seems to be an actual SJW and probably always has been. So now she's just showing who she really is. And Midnight's Edge, I don't even know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that part of the problem may be that there's some people, like maybe the smaller up-and-comers in the Fandom Menace, maybe they're harder core right-wing or something, and there's all these bigger people who are like, oh, we're interested in our grift, and we're, half of us are a bunch of fucking leftists anyway, and so we're very uncomfortable with anybody being based in this movement. So we're totally against, anybody being based, goddammit. This is just a formal declaration, fair warning that I will not lie to protect the channels who think they're not racist, sexist, access media. What in the fuck is she going on about? Racist, sexist? You know, I mean, sexist, I guess, is anybody who dares to say anything against her. Racist? It's like, what the fuck are you on about, bitch? You know, that, again, total SJW move, total SJW talking points there. So that doesn't speak, you know, that doesn't, that does not make me consider that there's any real likelihood of her being the one who's on the side of truth. You know, I'm not feeling that at all. The vibe I'm getting here is that she's a lying piece of SJW filth. Geeks and Gamers, Midnight Edge, Mecha Random, and even the Fandom Menace historian Sped. That is, yeah, he's a leftist too. He's said some nasty shit about Ethan, although I think Ethan said that that guy apologized to him. Pardon me. All disavowed the Fandom Menace. I don't know if that's a mistype or if that is on purpose for some reason. In the past 2 days, most interesting was Mecha and Midnight's Edge disclosure that they chose to secretly retire any sort of affiliation to the group over a year ago. Didn't tell their followers. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know anything about. I mean, not that I follow either one of them really anymore, but I you know, was not aware. Their followers didn't let their followers in on this decision. I don't know. Presumably so they could continue to grift from their betrayed pay-pig viewership. Yeah, probably so. I'm getting more cynical about that, I guess. So, yeah, there we go. It's like the Stealing Solo second printing variant cover by Anna gets better by the day. Will anyone on the cover still be Fandom Menace by the time backers get their Jeff Hicks comic crammed into a mailbox like so much garbage? And, of course, that's a knock against the fact that Jeff decided to use a magazine printing company or whatever to not only print the book the first time around, but also to fulfill it. So they just slapped a shipping label on the comic, you know, and shipped it unprotected. Not in any kind of container at all, not even a fucking envelope. They just stuck, you know, people's addresses on the outside of the comic like it's a magazine and then shipped it out. So, it, you know, is an enormous fuck up. Massive oversight on his part. So, Ethan apparently doesn't consider himself Fandom Menace anymore. Mecha definitely doesn't. Midnight's Edge, I'm guessing that I don't know, is that Tom or whoever, or, I don't know, doesn't. Gary, wasn't necessarily aware that Gary had, you know, or seen anything here that said that Gary is not part of Fandom Menace, but apparently he's not. And Jeremy, obviously, Geeks and Gamers, not. So I guess that leaves the EFAP crew, maybe, although I'm not 100% sure whether they ever declared that they were Fandom Menace. Cecil, who I'm not 100% sure whether he really truly declared that he was or not. He's mostly Comicsgate associated. Jeff Hicks, who definitely, you know, did. He's, you know, kind of OG Fandom Menace. JC Milestone, who I guess is probably, you know, gonna stick it out as long as her bow does. And Anna, who I think has actually probably been, perhaps amongst all of these people, she's been one of the more vocal people that has claimed that she is Fandom Menace. You know, and I'd be interested to see if Anna makes any statements, you know, about this at some point. Although there was a show discussing this on his own channel, Frog, that would be EVS, gave a much more direct, scathing sharing of his thoughts on the Fandom Menace. There it is again. I don't know, you know, I don't know if that's supposed to mean something. On Afterlife with Nasser number 60, delivered in front of a previously inconceivable array of resilient Comicsgate personalities of Nasser, Vickyverse, Testify HD, Soy Rage. Nasser pretends to hate Soy Rage, but I think he really does like him. Smug Pug and Finatra. I don't have anything against Finatra, but honestly, he's kind of boring. I think maybe he's like, he's like Oz, it's like kind of like stoned a lot of the time or something. So that could be it. That could be why he's so boring. It's just, Testy is annoying, but sometimes funny. I don't know. I used to think that Vicky was kind of took herself too seriously, but more recently it seems like she doesn't. So it's not so bad. Soy Rage is funny. He is funny. Nasser is much less of a dickbag than I originally thought that he was. Summarizing these acts, and Smugbug, I don't know enough about him. Ugh. Oh, damn. Oh my god, how long have we been going for? I don't even want to look. Shit! 2.5 hours. We're not done yet. Fucking hell. I don't know. Summarizing the Zack Snyder incident, it's a litmus test. See who was in it to stand up for the fans, as the group was originally founded to do, and who was there to grift, and everyone there failed miserably. Yes, that is pretty much accurate right there. Kind of sums it up. Well, summarizing, yeah, it does. It's summarized. Anyway, time sorts out the people who have conviction versus the people who don't. But when the dust settled with the Fandom Menace was decimated once the grifters were shaken out from the body politic, all that was left was a spleen here, a kneecap there. Not even enough to make a viable group. Yeah, probably. The other people there have thoughts to share on the matter as well, except Finatra. Yeah, well, like I said, he doesn't. Yeah.
That's when the rubber meets the road. That's when we find out who's who, isn't it? And it turns out nobody was anybody. Everybody was full of shit. Nobody was.
God damn it! Fucking go away. That is so fucking annoying. Every time there's an embedded video, you pause it and it pops that shit up. Why does it do that? Why can't it work the way that it does when you're watching it on YouTube, where it doesn't pop that crap up? What does it say? The recycle bin. Midnight's Edge gets broadsided. Huh. I'm not sure.
Was able to just say, you know what? Fuck yourself. We're not a hate group. We're not responsible for killing the Chinese people at the massage parlor, you asswipe. We're the people who made sure that you got your movie made. Then you come in here and you say this stuff to us, you're an asshole. Nobody had the balls to do that. Everybody hanging their heads, exhibiting signs of guilt as though, they didn't really believe anything that they said. And so the Fandom Menace is effectively dead. I don't know who's left. I don't care enough.
He is not wrong. He is not wrong at all about that.
About it to pick up the cause again. I don't care. As soon as they fired Cara Dune, I was out. I'm not purchasing my Fandom Menace cred is that I am no longer purchasing anything from Disney for that. I canceled my Disney Plus subscription. I don't buy any of the toys. Yeah. I'm not going to see anything.
The biggest problem with the Fandom Menace and the disadvantage that they have is that they don't actually produce anything. They're not trying to bring anything creative into being, right? Comicsgate, you've got all these creators, at least, who are making comic books that
and that she's right, that kind of dovetails with something that I think I mentioned it earlier, didn't I? Or some, I don't know. Anyway, it's like, look, the part of the problem is, well, I mentioned in a previous video, I mentioned that somebody had made some kind of comment about how Rome fell when the Christians started preaching instead of Fighting Lions or whatever, about how how everything was fine as long as they had their bread in circuses, and it's like, no, dude, no, you don't understand. It's like it was being preoccupied with the entertainment bullshit and not noticing that your society is crumbling around you. That was part of the problem. It's like like that's part of the problem here, is that the Phantom Menace, I think a lot of the people in it, it's like they I mean, admittedly, it's a reasonable request that they want corporate media, corporate entertainment giants to just stop injecting SJW politics into things and just make good stories, and that's all they want. That's all they want. They're happy to buy the corporate shit. They just want it to not be quite so shitty anymore. And at this point, they're willing to praise wildly things that are not even really that good, just because, and I'm guilty of this too, just because it's not as bad as what we're usually getting now. Like, you feed somebody utter crap for long enough, and they're grateful for crumbs of goodness. That is unfortunately the way that human beings function. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the problem is that JDA's talked about this, that even if you provide people with an alternative to Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever, it's like, how many people are really going to accept it? A lot of people won't. A lot of people will not accept something new. They just want to continue to consume the old, and they're willing, at least part of the time, to consume really crappy versions of the old just because it still has that official label. It's, well, and admittedly, I guess it's like any habit, it's tough to break.
Are different than what they're fighting against.
Of course, I don't know how many people, I mean, like in real numbers, are really ever going to switch to, would they ever switch to reading Cyberfrog or whatever, other offerings, pardon me, Comicsgate or whoever has, when, like, they want to read Spider-Man, and they may stop reading Spider-Man because Spider-Man is now shit, or or substitute, whatever the hell else, X-Men, Superman, whatever. Like, they want to read whatever they grew up with or something, and if they can't read that anymore, it's like they may just stop reading, period, and just move on to something entirely different. Like, how many people are really going to make the jump to decide, oh, well, I still want to read comics, and so I'm going to find some kind of comics that have a decent story? I don't know. I don't know how many people will do that and how many people won't.
So to speak.
Although, you can always make the argument, I suppose, that since manga is blowing up, that maybe that's why, it's like, maybe that's why. It's because there are lots of people who, they're going to that as their alternative, as their big alternative. Their big, obvious, majorly marketed alternative. Although, how long before the SJWs infest and corrupt that? Because they always go after everything. That's why you need people, organizations that are hardened against that. That's why people should not look unfavorably upon the likes of Fox Day and what he's doing with Arkhaven, with Arctoons or whatever. You shouldn't be like, oh, well, I don't like him because he's too far to the right or whatever. It's like, but you can't be middle of the road anymore. It was always a mistake probably, but it's definitely a mistake now, because if you try to play that game of some kind of balance or whatever, you need to remember that at least some of the people on the other side they're not just different, they're evil. Some of them are most assuredly evil. They have bad intentions. They have malicious intentions. The SJWs are looking to destroy everything. They're looking to corrupt and destroy everything. And people like Vox have the right idea of being like, no, we're not going to allow those sorts of people to ever be a part of our organization. We're going to keep them out. Ethan has accepted that, I think. You know, he's talked about, yes, we do need to gatekeep or whatever. It's like, he's right. He's absolutely right. Gatekeeping is essential. That, it's absolutely fucking essential. And so everybody who thinks that, oh, that's bad, it's like, no, it's not. It's vital to do. And you need to start, if you yourself are not the enemy, then it's like, if you consider yourself to be on the side of truth, of actual justice, not social justice, actual justice, then you need to start gatekeeping your shit too. You need to make sure that SJWs don't ever infest anything that you have any say over. You need to try to keep them out to start with, and if one of them slips through, then you need to get rid of them as fast as possible. Force them out. Because they will bring more of their own kind in, and before you know it, your company, your enterprise, whatever it is sunk. It's gone. It's destroyed. They're like a fucking virus. So, more and more people, I think, are waking up to that reality, to the fact that you're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to take a firm stand and say, nope, no more. This is not fucking. You're not getting this. It's like you've taken everything else we love, but now we are finally not going to allow you to take any more.
The Fandom Menace doesn't have anything but bitching and super chats.
Well,
honestly.
The Fandom Menace
And The Last Jedi.
They don't make. Nobody's writing books except, well, Steve Walton. But nobody's actually nobody's producing
Steve Walton, that's the historian dude.
anything but negative YouTube content.
No, I understand
Yes.
what you're saying, Vicky. It's like the Fandom Menace, like they're not in a position to create anything else other than these live streams. Whereas,
And as long as they're keeping going with that sort of thing, that's true. Although, it would certainly be possible for them to work towards being creative. I mean, some of them, Doomcock, I believe, he said that he does have some experience with writing and whatnot. So some of them, I think, are potentially creative individuals who could produce something of their own. But I don't. I mean, I hesitate to truly call it grift in everybody's case, because I think some of them are, some of them, I think, have, for lack of a better way of putting it, they have their hearts in the right place. Like they're not thinking in terms of, yes, I am grifting and I've got to keep the grift up. It's like, anyway. So not all of them are like that. Some of them, I guess, probably are. Maybe most of them, I don't know. But whether you call it grift or not, it's like, if they're going to keep up with the way that they have found to make a living, in some cases probably a very good living for the more popular channels, they're making a ton of money off of being YouTubers. Well, are you gonna is it reasonable to expect them to take a massive fucking pay cut to do something creative? It's like, oh, I can be creative, but that pays peanuts. Or I can be a YouTuber who does nothing but complain about the state of other people's creativity, and I get tons of money for it. I mean, what would you do? I mean, I'm kind of, in a way, I guess, fortunate that I don't have hardly any subscribers at all, and probably never will. Like, I'm probably not going to wind up getting enough subscribers on YouTube to ever make any significant money, and that's probably a good thing, because if I did, I would have to keep doing it at least for a while, because I mean, if my channel blew up the way that Doug ToNaples did at one point, I mean, he still has a channel, but his main channel got yeeted for wrongthink. But when he started doing more political focused shit, his channel blew up, and I think he said he wound up with like 300,000 or 400,000 subscribers or something like that, I think, in a relatively short time. And I believe he said that he was making like $100,000 a month from YouTube, from ads and shit, I guess, or whatever. If my channel blew up and I was able to rake in that kind of dough, I don't think I could say no. You know, I mean, for fuck's sake, a year of doing that, it's like, even after taxes, I suspect that I could actually get, you know, my entire family out of debt. You know, that'd be fucking awesome to be able to do that. So I couldn't really, you know, say no to doing that if it was, you know, relatively easy. I mean, you know, constantly putting out more shit is you know, is a little bit of a hassle, but in terms of the reward that some people get, like people like you know, Ethan or Nerdrotic or whoever, is like the amount of work they actually have to do, the kind of work they have to do, as far as how, you know, back-breaking, you know, as it were, it is, or isn't rather, and the kind of reward that they get for it. It's like it's a very good job. You know, it's awesome. It's a very good way to make a living if you're able. And so I wouldn't necessarily consider it ticket taking, you know, but at the same time, it's like once you are doing that and you know that you can do it and you can continue to do it, it's like you really want to stay on that gravy train once you're on it, even if it'd be better for, well, for lack of a better way of putting it, better for your soul, shall we say, for you to go and do something else. Like you know, there are like there's going to be no money in it. Like you know, there's basically going to be no fucking money in me writing books, but that is something that I want to do. I don't expect to make any. I mean, you know, it's always possible, I suppose, but it's unlikely that I'll make, you know, any significant amount of money. You know, maybe I'd scrape by and make enough to live on, maybe not. But it's something I want to do. I have stories that I want to tell. So, you know, it's like, in a way, it's lucky that I won't have something else that would tempt me with a whole lot of money, you know, to be like, oh, well, you know, if you don't ever set aside time for any of that writing bullshit, you just do this for the rest of your days, you'll be set. You know, it's like you'll have all the money that you need. It's like, but I won't ever get to tell my stories then, will I? Like, you know, so that's a blessing in disguise, I suppose, not having money. Although, you know, please, Lord, let me win the lottery, please. That'd be like real quick, you know, injection of cash, and then I could spend all the time that I want, you know, writing, whatever. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, you know, Nerdrotic might very well have like a book in him or something. So might Doomcock, but you know, with the kind of money that they must be raking in, I mean, I would think enough for them to live on by now, you know, in the position that they're in. They're probably, this is, you know, YouTube, that's how they're making their money. That's how they're making their living. That's how they're paying, you know, for food, for, you know, rent or whatever. You know, it's how they pay their bills. It's how they support their family. You know, if they have one. I don't think Doomcock has one, but Gary does. And, you know, to ask or expect them to be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to drop the YouTube thing, and with it all the fucking money that's keeping, you know, us going, and spend time writing and or you know, or trying to produce other creative works of some kind. Like, you can't expect people to do that. You can't expect people to be like, you know. Anyway.
Comicsgate, like, sure, they had that outrage period, but that outrage period turned into Cyberfrog, it turned into Jawbreakers, it turned into Graveyard Shift. They actually, like, hey, here's a problem, we're talking about the problem, and then we give a solution. I don't think the Fandom Menace can offer a solution to the problem.
No, but I think what the Fandom Menace could be doing right now is actually standing up. First of all, when you have an opportunity like the Zack Snyder situation, That was like a slow ball right over the plate. That was a moment. That was a moment for somebody to stand up. And when I saw that, I lost my mind. I got so angry, and I ranted on my own YouTube channel.
That stream you did while that was going on was still one of the most entertaining ones you've done in a while. That was hilarious.
That's the one
I didn't mean to be entertaining. I was legitimately pissed off.
No, I'll give you the one part that was the best is when Jeremy came onto it and you read everybody's super chats back to him.
Well,
and then when he thought it was over with, then you go, "Oh no, there's more," and that went on for another hour.
That was funny. Yeah. That was funny. But no. What they could be doing, Vicky, okay, is like they could be making videos talking about. And informing more people. It's like these people who are making this content hate you. Let me show you why. Let me tell you why. Here's what happened today. This and this and this. I need you to stop spending money. I need you to stop supporting the people who hate you. That should be a message, and it can be delivered in an entertaining and funny way every single day so that there can actually be a consumer revolt of some sort. And that should be the goal. You can't really make a counter to Star Wars. But you can actually, affect people's buying habits by telling them the truth. And the Fandom Menace doesn't seem to want to do that. I don't really know why. I don't know why everybody is so disorganized. I don't know why they don't stand by what they say they believe.
Ethan.
Okay, that we'll leave it there, I guess, for this. But yes, he's absolutely correct there. By the way, absolutely fucking correct. I mean, yeah. I mean, they don't. They don't try to push a message of stop spending money on corporate bullshit. I think he may go on to point out that, or somebody has recently. I think it was him. I think it was EVS that said that. It's like, yeah, they're saying this shit about how terrible the Disney Star Wars or something is, and then when the next movie comes out, they're tweeting about how I've got my ticket, I'm in line. It's like, what the fuck. Like, they won't even stop spending their own fucking money. They won't even stop spending their own fucking money on the corporate bullshit, let alone try to talk other people into stopping. Anyway, let's move on to this real quick. Ozart Creations trying to restore his crippled and neglected channel to its former glory, ? Either encountered a heavy setback or the realization of this goal as it imploded into a fiery ball of autism. Today it was, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, Osho fanatic Amit Reina declaring fatwa against Oz. Yes, and despite the fact that he's a fucking Arab, Nasser apparently doesn't know what a fatwa is. For failing the high standards set by Prime Oz shit show standards, Emmett charges Oz with losing his edge after the legendary Oz show number 53. I'm not gonna bother looking at that for right now. And now only allowing safe guests like the Rat Fanatra. Is he a rat? I don't know what that's about. And Snake Dark Gift. See, they've done a really good branding job on you there, Anthony. They keep calling you Dark Grift, and it's like everybody does it, even me. It's like we don't mean to. It's just automatic. Dark Grift. Anyway, he should change it officially. Dark Grift. Dark Gift Comics / Anthony Romano who also failed in Amit's eyes to try and recreate the glory days of the Prime Oz show. Okay. Worse. Other guests were being ushered in right away while Emmett, a paying member of Oz's show, he's a paying member? I thought Oz was below the number of whatever it took to be part of the. You have to have so many subscribers, I think, to be monetized, and you have to have so many to, I don't know if it's the same number or a different number to get members, to be able to join and pay to be members of your channel. So I thought that he was below that threshold, though. Being left in the back room, maybe he was above the threshold and then he fell back below it or something, and they didn't take it away. When pressed for answers on this ill treatment, a clearly flat-footed Oz started answering that this was related to Emmett's deplorable remarks he made regarding Yanzi Lee, Starlight Cat's co-creator and wife of Shane Davis, having a butterface. Oz apparently pressed Emmett in private to retract these hurtful words, but Emmett is a man of his word and refuses to make an apology he doesn't believe in. All I will say about that is that I disavow Emmett. I'm pretty sure he said I know he said he's a leftist, and I think he said he's a socialist or something. So fuck him. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Like as far as I know, he lives in some other country, some different country than mine, different hemisphere than mine. I'm pretty sure. So that's good. So you only have to encounter him on the internet. But yeah, it's like I'm totally in favor of helicopter rides for Marxists. So, spoiler, Butterface, you decide. Wow. Okay. Letting it all out. All right. I've noticed that on a lot of their streams, she's got kind of the low cut top. I mean, it's usually not like a bikini, but it's like the low cut top, and she's showing it off, and it's like, well, that's one way to get more people to watch your channel. Although I will say that they act, despite the fact that you can barely understand what the fuck she's saying because of her thick accent, there is something pleasant. You see this with Clownfish TV too. There is something pleasant about a husband and wife team, bouncing, a conversation, back and forth between them, on a video, and I don't know. It just, to me, it just seems like it adds something to have a second person there who's, it's like they're you're getting. I mean, they both have the same general opinion, but you're getting some slightly different viewpoints on it. Damn, we're almost getting a nip slip there. And that's I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say anything unpleasant about Yanzi there. She's always seems like quite a wonderful person. Anyway, eventually Emmett was allowed on after 2 hours, but this did little to quell the he's an Indonesian, okay, an Indonesian's rage, and was soon joined by I wonder if he's an Islamist. That is the most populous Muslim country, I believe. Soon joined by other people gatekept from Oz's show. Well, like I said, gatekeeping is important, so I'm not going to fault Oz for gatekeeping if he wants to. I mean, it's important to gatekeep the right people, but, that's, you got to determine that for yourself. Well-read, I don't know. Well-read is such a weirdo. It's like, on the one hand, he seems like, at times he seems like he's such a, like, mild-mannered, kind of normie sort of person, and then other times he seems like he's a complete asshole and a terrible troll, and it's like, you're giving me confusing signals, dude. And Testify HD, no, he's pure troll, we know that, who quickly started streaming over top of him, declaring justice for Wiggle upon Oz art. Their grievances, and you never know for sure with Testify whether it's like a legitimate grievance of some kind, or at least, he perceives it to be a legitimate grievance, or whether it's complete utter horseshit. It's just, just for, he's just doing it for entertainment value. Their grievance is no longer just for disrespecting paying members of his channel, and that's probably why I'd also probably be happy enough that I'll never have enough subscribers probably to get channel memberships, because I wouldn't want to feel in any way, shape, or form obligated to those fuckers. It's like if somebody who is an asshole and they decide to to join the channel as a member, and then they're paying you money, and then it's like you feel like, well, they're paying money. It's like I should treat them, with respect, and then they just abuse that position of you feeling like you should respect them. To just be a complete dickbag, and it's like, so easier just to not have them and then never feel in any way obligated. I would also failing to deliver highest backers of his koala pin campaign. I thought about, like buying like one of those fucking things, but yeah, just shipping probably would have been killer. Shipping to and from Australia is apparently just god-awful. Not only is it expensive, but it takes a long fucking time, and there's apparently a significant chance of damage along the way for some reason. And I don't understand why. It's like, you can get I understand why it's, I understand that there's not a lot of crap that goes back and forth, I guess, between the States and Australia. And certainly not compared to the States and China. I understand that, but still, it really seems shitty that with China, it's like you can get something from China to the United States really cheap, really quick, and it didn't get damaged along the way. But the same trip from Australia, which is, not any farther away, I don't guess, for some reason it's like, nope, it's going to cost an arm and a leg, and it's going to take for fucking ever, and you're probably going to get damaged goods. And it's like, this really incentivizes you to not do business, at least not physical business, with Australia, which is kind of what I'm saying. It's like, I did actually, I never got Denotype either, says Matthew Fowler. I did. I got Xenotype. It came in a damaged box, but the book itself was not damaged. Now, when I backed it and told Liam in his chat that I backed it, I mentioned that I couldn't really afford it, which is true. I couldn't really afford it. It's really fucking expensive. But he said, I'll make a note of that, and I'll ship you something extra, like stickers or bookmark or something. And I was like, oh well, that's cool of him. Those did not show up, by the way. So either he never shipped them with my book, or else they fell out, which would be easy enough if he stuck them in the box and then expected the box to remain intact, because it didn't. The box was severely damaged, and there was, it could, any number of things could easily have fallen out of it. I mean, there was almost enough room in the holes in it to allow the book itself to fall out of the box. But fortunately, that didn't happen, and oddly enough, the book wasn't even damaged. It was shrink wrapped, which is good, because if it hadn't been shrink wrapped, then probably there would have been enough movement for it to have been, kind of banged up, and probably have some of the pages, probably would have kind of flown open at some point, and some of the pages gotten bent or something. So it's a damn good thing it was shrink wrapped. Would have been good if it had been, sent in, I don't know, a better designed container. I don't know what kind of container that was. Somebody, I think, said it was supposed to be some kind of food, a cardboard box that's meant to pack food in or something. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm glad that it arrived and in decent condition. So I won't complain about that. But I will say that it's, like I said, it's hideously expensive to get things shipped from Australia, and I don't think that, whether it's Liam or anybody else, I don't think that I'm going to back anything else that comes from over. I don't think I'm going to back anything else that comes from any foreign country, because even shit like on eBay, even like small collector's items, little bitty figurines or whatever that are from Canada, a lot of times it's like it's less than $20 for the figurine, and it's a little bitty thing, and it's like that's pretty expensive for such a small thing. And then do you see that the shipping from Canada, it's like it's right there. It's not really any farther away generally than other northern states or whatever. depending on exactly where in Canada, it might even be closer physically. And then it's like, my God, the shipping is greater than the cost of the product. I mean, shit. Like, I can't pay double the price because because of shipping. Now, admittedly, it's like it wasn't double the price or anything on Liam's book, but still, it's like it costs so fucking much to get shipping from any place outside the United States. So I don't think I'm gonna back hardly anything. I mean, maybe some. I mean, there are some places that are outside the United States that still somehow manage to get decent shipping prices, but I think for the most part, I'm gonna have to default to going with the digital option if anybody's offering it. So it's like if you're in, if you're making a comic and you're in Australia or Canada or whatever, it's like I might back your digital tier. But people like Liam are like, no, we can't do that. We must have no digital because that just inspires pirates or whatever. And it's like, dude, piracy is mostly about things that are popular. It's like your shit is not going to ever be popular enough probably to wind up on a pirate site. It's just not going to happen. So I mean, Cyberfrog might, but that's like one of the only things in CG or CG, a related, adjacent, whatever, that probably is popular enough that maybe eventually would have, piracy issues. But again, everybody keeps acting like piracy is, every time a pirate downloads, is like, that's a lost sale. And it's like, pretty sure that's not true, dude. Pretty sure most of them that pirate it were never going to buy it in the first place. It's like they got it because it was free. If they had to pay for it, they never would have got it. So it's not really a lost sale. There might be a few lost sales, but most of the people who pirate shit, they're it's like they never would have bought it. If there wasn't a free option, then they would have been just, well, I don't need to read it. As Neversely argues, the dispute with max tier backers not receiving product were gay ops made by Testify's people in bad faith. While that wouldn't surprise me, honestly. While Wiggle Wiggle, the customer in this case, advocates Testify well-read user Smugpug contend that these are just sloppy logistics by a languid, possibly drug-addled, drug-addled. That's Freudian slip on my part there. Drug-addicted Australian who dismisses complaints from customers as gay ops. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's like Oz comes across as somebody who is, drug-addled. At least a lot of the time. And that Oz and Liam have shown that they shouldn't be trusted with any money or backer info whatsoever. I don't know for sure about the whole backer info thing. I mean, that's one of Testify's like huge fucking complaints. He's always complaining about, backer info, being used against people or whatever. And it's like, I mean, as far as I know, I've never experienced that. But then I guess I've never, I've never been a particular thorn in people's side. I'm not a troll, so I don't go around, trying to fuck people over, or make them think that I'm trying to fuck them over or whatever. So they don't have any particular motive to try to dox me or anything like that. Which, I don't know if they did dox me. It's like I don't, there's nothing to do about it. I mean, if they do it, they do it. And if they, it's, it certainly means they'll never get another penny from me, if they do that shit. But anyway, this all led to the later EFAP of show from Liam here, posted by, we just looked at that, didn't we? I think, which was mostly a furious freeform excoriating of the demons, Emmett Reyna, and well-read, who torment his friend Oz and calls upon all who would listen to him to block and drive away these monsters who would call themselves customers. Other than those two events, not a lot happened. A great roundup of spurgery. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much I fucking care about the spurgery going on, either in Oz's favor or against him. Either one, it's like, so what? I mean, by having those people, on his show in the first place, it's like he was inviting trouble. So, that's kind of, anyway.
What's up, everybody? We are.
All right. Now, I came in late, but I saw... there it is. I saw that JDA had this up. I didn't, like I said, I came in late, so I didn't hear his explanation about whatever this, came from, whatever this is about. But, it's obviously, to some degree, self-explanatory, and I don't know, it kind of makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? Red hair dye soaked through scalp. This, SJW, I'm assuming, it's like, you got your piercings and shit. And I don't have a problem with a short haircut, on women. A lot of guys do. They think it's ugly or whatever, but I mean, it depends on which one. It depends on the woman. It depends on the haircut. It's like, dad issues, bipolar disorder, rape fantasies, which oddly enough does seem to be a thing. That's really weird too. But I mean, obviously, again, not all, but certainly some of them. Cats, roller derby. Hate. Yeah, I don't know. Some women they seem to be just pissy about everything. I don't understand it. And then let's hit this real quick. Damn it.
You are.
I fucking hate. I fucking hate that it'll fucking start playing this shit immediately, but it plays it when I'm on mute. It's like, look, don't do that. How about you don't play it until I tell you to? Fucking.
I want to address Captain James Biggins in the chat. I know who you are, and
I have no idea who Captain James Biggins is. I've never heard of this person before.
I know that you're not Fandom Menace. I know where you come from. I know who you follow on Twitter. You're not acting in good faith right now.
What is with the ASMR voice that she's doing? That is so weird.
You are stirring something that is already very, very difficult. And look, I told Jesse before we started that many people would have questions, and that's fair, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay, well, I guess I need to try to find the stream if it's still up, and try to figure out what in the well, I mean, obviously you're going to get her side of it, I guess. Whatever. I don't blame the. I don't know. I mean, I'm still not clear on what supposedly has happened.
But I know who you are. You follow Testify.
Oh, yeah, follow. So do I, actually. I follow Testify. I wonder how many people consider that, I must be evil because I follow Testify. It's like he's occasionally funny, and and he hasn't done anything to particularly bother me. And if he does, then I just stop listening to him. I don't understand what's so difficult about that. I mean, people. Okay, Testify is a troll, admittedly, and so is JDA. JDA is admittedly a troll. He admits himself that he's a troll too. Probably why he likes Testify, because they like trolling people. Anyway, I'm not really into doing that. I prefer to be more upfront with things. I don't like to, like I said, the whole I try to do the whole let your yes be yes and your no be no. I don't do the trolling. Sort of thing, but which seems to me to be in contradiction of that. But when somebody is a troll, and I'm not 100% sure how good-natured Testify is in his trolling, but JDA definitely seems to be quite good-natured in his trolling, for the most part. But when people are trolling you, it's like, it's so fucking easy on the internet. It's like, in real life, I don't know. It's like, if somebody keeps on pestering you every fucking time you walk outside your house, you're getting yelled at by the neighbor, or something, and he's trolling you. It's like, I don't know how to deal with that other than tell him to shut the fuck up, But on the internet, it's so fucking easy to just ignore people. Like, you don't have to deal with them at all if you don't want to. And yet, so many people keep on acting like it's impossible for them to not engage with the troll. It's just impossible. They can't, there's nothing they can do. They just have to engage with them. They have to address it. They can't ignore the guy. They can't block them or mute them. They can't, they can't have their mods time them out or something. It's like, they don't, nope. We have to, we have to engage with them. We have to get more and more pissed off as they troll us and act like we're being victimized when in fact all you're just being trolled. Like, you're not being victimized, you're just being trolled. And ignore the troll. Don't feed the troll, as the saying, has gone for fucking ever now. And yet they can't do it. They can't fucking do it. They're like, nope, I've got to respond. It's like, stop. Just stop.
On Twitter.
Oh, that shitbag.
Yeah.
And they were, and was it JDA and Nasser, or whoever the fuck were they were, oh, maybe it was this. It may have been this that this stream, and they were fucking the part that I did watch later. They looked at this video and they were talking about how everybody in the chat was talking about how terrible her voice is, and it's like it's like I was kind of thinking, no, it's not that bad. It's like, I mean, I don't know if she's I don't know if she smokes. Like, people made that comment that it's a smoker's voice or something. I don't know if she smokes or not. If she does smoke, that's disgusting, because smoking is just it's a disgusting habit. I can't stand. I can't, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's weed or tobacco. I don't care. It's awful. It all smells terrible. It's offensive. Like actually offensive. Not like you hurt my feelings offensive, but like I'm having trouble breathing because that crap is right in my face there. When I'm trying to talk to you, that kind of offensive. Genuinely offensive. And if it's smoking, that's bad. That's bad for her. It's bad for everybody around her. It's nasty. But if it's not smoking related and it just is how her voice is, it's like it's not a problem. I could go for a woman who has a kind of a smoker's voice, as long as she's not actually a smoker. It's like, it doesn't bother me. Her I mean, we're not looking at it here, of course, because these are still images, but her fucking hair rearrangement constantly, that's the only thing that really annoys me about Jessie.
Yeah.
That absolute scum of the earth.
Absolute scum of the earth. So they're talking about Testify being absolute scum of the earth, and it's like, I can kind of see how you think that, but I think you only think that because you're taking things that he says way the fuck too personally. Like, when you got somebody who's a troll like Testify, or occasionally JDA. I mean, not all the time, but anyway. But when he does engage in trolling, it's like when anybody engages in trolling. Like I said, if you believe that they're like really truly malicious, then you absolutely should fucking block them so that you never have to fucking listen to them at all. And if somebody else is doing the same, doing the same thing, or is serving as a front end for them or whatever, then block them too. Although I would caution everybody against blocking too prematurely, because it's really shitty to be an innocent person who never did anything to anybody and be just suddenly blocked for no fucking reason. You got it's like, oh, they thought you were somebody else, or they thought that you were repeating something somebody else said, and you don't even know that other person or whatever, and they're just like, oh, you're banned, and it's like, what? It's like, what happened? What the fuck is going on here? Like, there's nothing more frustrating than people acting like you've done something terrible when you don't even know what the fuck's going on. Like, it's like you didn't do shit and you didn't even know, anyway. That's really frustrating though when you come across that. But anyway, so I would advise people not to fucking overreact. And of course that's part of the problem here. Like I said, they're overreacting. Yes, he's a troll. But they're overreacting like crazy. They're like, "Oh, scum of the earth." It's like, what the fuck? He's just a troll. Just ignore him. Shit, it's not that difficult. But no, they're taking it super fucking personal.
Smucker.
I would suggest it because you're not going to get anything in good faith from him. You're not going to get good faith conversation from him.
I think you can get good faith conversation from Testify. It's just rare and difficult to detect.
I know who he is.
One chance. I'm giving him one time out. That's how I'll give everyone at least one chance. So.
Okay, so I guess this was on Jesse's channel. Pardon me. Whew. Oh God, it's late. I need to get some fucking supper before everything's
Emily,
closed.
If you, since Jesse, you're in there, when he comes back, if he is going to continue to be a shitbox, then go ahead and mute him. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, I think that smoker's voice. Again, I don't think of it necessarily as a smoker's voice because I don't like smoking, but I think the voice itself is like it's not bad. It's potentially sexy. Depends on what mood the person using that voice is in and what they're saying. Oh, look, the House passes the bill to establish a commission to probe the Capitol attack. I find it interesting that they're no longer specifically saying that it was an insurrection. I guess, I don't know, that's odd. You know, suddenly they're calling it the attack instead of calling it the insurrection. Of course, it wasn't either. I mean, you've seen the videos. There are videos of the fucking cops removing the barricades and inviting the protesters in. So it was clearly, a gay hop.
Testifies been
He's a fuck
pretty
stick.
bad guy.
He's a fuck stick.
Actively and purposely committed copyright fraud.
Now, several people mentioned that. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What is copyright fraud? I don't understand. I don't understand the reference.
Purpose to try to steal other people's properties.
What are we talking about? Stealing other people's properties? JDA referenced this. Like, obviously, he knew. He did the details of it, and he said something about, yeah, he stole copyright, and it's like, I mean, obviously, that's a nonsensical statement. Stole copyright. So, I'm guessing that means that the details are probably that people decided he did something that was totally wrong, and really it wasn't. But because they don't understand how the law works or something, they're just like, oh, he did such and such, and it's like, you look into it, and you probably find out that no, not really. That kind of shit happens a lot. It's amazing how many people there are in the world who know nothing about the law, and then they act like they do. I mean, it's easy enough to be confused about what the law is, or what is likely to happen or not likely to happen with regard to legal issues, but some people just insist as though they know, they're not like, I think this is how. No, they know, they're sure that they're absolutely certain this is how it goes, and really they don't know anything about it. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and so they say weird shit, and it's like, what are you talking about? Like, well, no, I'm not going to go into that, but there's some. I've seen some odd spurgery on the internet. Let's just put it that way. It's, people, and it's like, it's kind of hard to accuse people of stealing something when they didn't claim it was theirs, and you put it out on the internet yourself, freely distributed to the world, and also you don't, like, it was a fan creation, so you don't own the copyright. You can't own what you did, not really, because it belongs to, well, George Lucas or somebody. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Complaining about, he took my. It's like, did he call it a hit? No. Does it really? Were you selling it? Can you prove any kind of damages? It's like, nope, because you can't sell it because it's illegal, because it's not your product. It's not your franchise that it belongs to. It's like, it's just a fan creation. You can't sell it. Anyway. I don't know. Weird fucking shit.
He is.
I'm not going to allow this to be.
Organized everything.
I'm not going to allow this Edward Narlis guy to break this down and make this something that it isn't. You will not turn this into a circus. You will not turn this into a freak show.
Yeah, see, that sounds like somebody desperate to not have a real conversation about something. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are people who will try to, obfuscate shit and whatnot and cause you problems. But there are also people who really do want to talk about something and hash it out. And this is also, whether it is in this case for sure or not, this is exactly the kind of fucking thing that you'd see from somebody who was fucking desperate to not have a real conversation about something, because if somebody were allowed to inject facts and logic into the conversation, then people might suddenly realize that, oh, well, what the first person is saying is bullshit. So, I don't know.
This is about honesty, and this is about integrity. This is about stepping up and doing what's right.
Interesting. Okay, and then, oh shit. I don't know if I should, well, I guess, yeah, I go ahead and maximize this, I guess. Okay, so this is a Nasser stream, and Ethan just got here, I think. They've Nasser and JDA and whoever else have been talking about the mecha bullshit, and then, although even like I said, they don't seem to know for sure what the fuck's going on either. So I'd really like to know what in the hell it is that's going on with what happened between Mecha and Tom, and apparently it had something to do with Mary Mayhem too. I mean, it's like, admittedly, I don't know. It could be that Tom is a bastard, but it could also be that he was simply telling them to shut the fuck up because of some kind of, legitimate concern of his over what they were saying, and they just took it badly. Because I'm sorry, I hate to do the whole sexism thing, but come on, anybody who's had any dealings with women at all should know. I mean, maybe not if you're young enough, but if you're of any substantial age, you should know, you should have dealt with enough women to know that on average, women are much more likely to just take things the wrong way and blow shit way the fuck out of proportion and insist that you've done something terrible, even though you were, at the time that you did the terrible thing, you were unaware that they were even taking offense to it. Because a guy wouldn't have, and since they didn't act like they were, you thought they weren't taking offense to it either. And then you find out later that no, they took serious fucking offense, and my God, they're gonna hold a fucking grudge against you for the rest of time. So, oh God,
Comic books are you reading? It's the same exact voice.
Ethan, how's it going?
Oh yeah, it just said that Mecha's voice is like Kelly Pseudoconics, which I have to admit, I mean, especially after watching that clip that we just watched on the farms there, the second one of her, where she's getting fucking hysterical. It's like, yeah, she does kind of sound like Kelly Sue, freaking the fuck out of, I don't know.
Everyone, what's going on? I just tuned in. You know what? Whenever I tune into any show, I tune in right at the moment where I hear my name. Every single time.
So funny.
Dean, they go, Ethan's a narcissist. I don't know why Ethan's a narcissist. Why would I be every time I tune into any live stream, I'm like, oh, it's a Comics Gate-esque live stream. I think I'll check in. I tune in. Yeah, Ethan, blah, blah, blah. Every time, Dean. It's almost like the world does revolve around me.
I think it does.
That's funny.
Yeah.
No, we hadn't mentioned you the whole stream until now, when it kind of got a little dead, and I needed kind content, and this was the only other video we hadn't looked at yet on the stream, and it's basically where the clip we looked at yesterday where she rants about you. Except this is the whole thing, so there's a little more ranting that I didn't even hear.
She rants about me?
Yes.
I guess so.
This is like part of the one where she says, "Ethan, Pine Man." Except there's like a little bit, but there's a little bit more to it though that wasn't in the previous clip.
Yeah, I missed that. All right, let's see.
Would it help if I
This is,
download
like, just before she
stream? I will download it. I've downloaded all of his. So.
Like you're about to come into the chat in like 10 seconds.
And obviously people have downloaded hers. I don't know I mean, I don't know whose channel this is, but somebody fucking put it up on BitChute. So, Comicsgate Watcher Secrets. I'm not sure who that is. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Dongs or if that's Testify. But Mr. Dongs and Testify, I think both of them do back up a lot of shit. They don't catch every stream, but I think they do grab a lot of streams and things that happen, which is good because certain people, especially Liam, you know, I mean, as a fan of his, I always resented the fact that he would do a stream and then he would either private it or delete it or whatever, and it's just gone. It's like motherfucker. It's like and especially the one where he was stream sniping. He was on stream with Bancroft, and he was stream sniping it as well on his channel, and he was getting super chats to say fucked up shit, you know, like how many times, like say that he what was it? How many times he'd watched the Preston, you know, porn video or whatever. How excited it made him or whatever. He was, it's like, so he's reading these super chats from his stream that nobody else knows about, so they don't know what the fuck's going on. They just know that Liam is suddenly saying these really weird things. I was like, what the hell? It was comedy gold, man. It was one of the funniest fucking things Liam's ever done, you know. And it was great, and I'd love to go back and watch it. And he fucking deleted it or private it or whatever. And it's like, God damn it, Liam. But he just did that so many times to so many streams, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not even necessarily how many times I would go back and rewatch something that happened. It's just I want the option. Like I want the fucking option. And so when people keep on privating or deleting their shit all the time, it's like, God damn it. You know, it's like, like I might not have actually gone back and watched it again, but I wanted to be able to. And the fact that you're taking away, my choice, it's like, it's pissing me off. It's pissing me smooth the fuck off. All right. Let's go ahead and listen for a while on whatever Ethan has to say about this shit and what Mecca's doing.
But actually, if you want to record it right
That's
now,
a big
we have
cup
proof.
of pancake batter she's drinking
there.
there.
Yeah, he's calling the cops right now.
Hey, she was the hot
Okay, see, Rob is calling the cops right now. See, that's what I'm talking about. So Rob is in her house, or apartment, or whatever. Rob is there. So that the robot Shlomo guy. So I don't know if he's living with her or if he's just visiting or what the fuck's going on, and I don't know if it's just a work thing or if it's a bumpin' uglies thing. I don't know. Although, like I said, the only reason why I care at all about that is because Rob is part was part before she was of Midnight's Edge, and if she's using her feminine wiles or whatever to like turn him against Tom and the others, it's like, that's really shitty. It is always shitty when a woman does that, and let I mean, take your pick, Beatles or whoever the fuck. It's like it always happens. There are women who do that kind of shit all the fucking time. All right, so I'll stop interrupting now.
Now, because
Nasser, you have to learn when somebody starts talking and commenting, pause it.
What he needs to do, I think.
Pause the video. Whenever Dean is going to say something funny, pause it and then so
what did you say?
Miss? Okay,
oh,
go
I
ahead.
said no. Yeah, she was the hot chick in the leather jacket.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, did you see that, Ethan?
No.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna look at that after this.
Call Mary, Jesse. They might be next. Let them know that he might dox them next. Yeah, well, I don't know if Mary and Jesse ever spoke, so. Drink some more. I need more Mountain Dew. It's just Mountain Dew. That's all it is. Nothing else in it. Nothing else in it.
No, you need
Alien
less
Xenomorph?
Mountain Dew. You need fewer Mountain Dews.
Yes.
Alien Xenomorph sent her a super chat saying Neurotic might be behind all of this. I don't know who Neurotic is, but that just sounds funny.
I flagged it and took a screenshot. Hologon Helix. Well, thank you. So I'm gonna get more Mountain Dew. I will be right back because my voice is gone. Alien
If only
Xenomorph
it actually
says
was.
that
So
Neurotic
she's diabetic. Like that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
might be
Mountain
behind
Dew
all
is
of it.
pure sugar and caffeine. I mean, it's just like it's not like no. I'm drinking. I've got my Boomer Juice. I've got my Monster Energy Zero Ultra. I mean, look, it's not that much better, but there's no sugar.
Right.
And one a day. That's all I do, John. Just one a day.
She needs
reasonable.
less Mountain Dew and more sun.
Yeah, more sun. Get out there. Touch some grass.
And normal hair color.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think the Jesse Miller stuff is related. I think he just got pissy because he was standing up for Tom and he's wrong. And he doesn't want to admit he's wrong. He'd rather bully people and abuse people, and he's going to go too far because he's not going to back down. And I'm not going to let him bully and abuse me. And if it gets to the point where he does something that crosses the line legally, like he already has twice.
Crosses the line legally? What is it? I mean, seriously, what the fuck is it that Tom has done or possibly could have done that is like over the internet? It's over the internet that it's illegal? It's illegal for him to say something? I don't understand. I mean, again, like we were just discussing, this sounds like somebody who doesn't fucking know what they're talking about with regards to the law, who fucking, says some shit like this. Like, God. I mean, seriously. I don't understand. I don't. What could the man have possibly said? Because, like I said, as far as I know, Tom lives someplace completely different from Mecca. I mean, Rob is there in her fucking house, but Tom is not. So she's only talking about what he has said over the fucking internet. What could he possibly have said that would cross the line and be illegal? What? I mean, I'm trying to think. It's like, what can you say that's illegal? And there's not a whole lot of things. I mean, I guess he could make a death threat. I mean, he could say, "I'm gonna come to your fucking house and kill you." You redheaded bitch. He could have said that, I guess, but that seems very unlikely to me. But unless he's making some kind of terroristic threat like that, I can't think of anything that the man could say that would actually be illegal. I mean. I mean, maybe potentially defamatory. People can sometimes say things like that in a heated moment that, it could be considered defamatory. But, see, that's the thing. In order to be defamatory, which is, it's very burden, it's a high burden of proof to prove something in court to be defamatory in the first place. But in order for you to stand any chance of it, it has to be done in public. See, it has to be something that, he did it in public. He's tarnishing your good name in public. That's key. It's like, if he did it and you were the only person to hear it, it doesn't matter. He's just insulting you then. It's not illegal. There's, you can't sue him for defamation because it's like, what did he say? Oh, well, he said this and such. Where did he say it? It's like in the private voice chat. Who heard it? Just the two of us. Like, okay, so it wasn't public. Nope. Okay, then it's not defamation. Again, idiots who think they know the law and they don't know a goddamn thing about it. But like I said, it's like the only thing I can think of that he could have said to her over the fucking internet, just what he said that could truly be illegal would be if he threatened to kill her or something. It's like, if you make a terroristic threat, it's like, yeah, that's illegal. But other than that, it's like there's not much that you can do speech-wise that's illegal. you know, it's fucking weird. It's weird as shit, man.
Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. He's the guy that you need to women every time. Ethan.
Here we go.
Guess what?
Okay, here we go. I thought this was in the other video, but it's not. It's in this one. So here we go. Here is her freaking the fuck out. Because Ethan apparently just popped into her chat just now.
What? You're defending people who abuse women. You're defending people who abuse.
Right. That's
my
the
whole
only logical thing.
That's my gimmick.
God bless you for that. I really appreciate it, for one.
She's proof that.
How dare you, Nasser? How dare you stick JDA down on the bottom? He deserves to be. Well, he deserves to be close to Ethan. Yeah. I don't know these other guys all that well, so who cares where they are? JDA, you know, JDA should be higher up than the bottom, for fuck's sake. Anyway, but yeah, so I guess this is a complaint of Ethan probably making a very reasoned mention of how Tom is not, you know, the evil piece of shit that she's making him out to be. So stop that.
Maybe women, maybe they should be
abused. Yeah, a little bit. Some women, not all women. Hashtag not all women, but
Are we
this
even
one.
sure she's a woman?
I don't believe it.
No. She's clearly mentally ill, by the way. She needs to get off the internet.
Abuse women and try and smear women.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I don't know.
All women need to get off the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just not ready to be in the world. She needs to go back to her.
I'm sure all the simps would fucking disagree with that sentiment, although you got to admit it would certainly make things more peaceful.
Turns out to kind of hang out for a while.
I mean, she's never left her room, obviously.
All right, let me continue her rant.
Was sexist, Ethan? Are you actually a sexist? Did you get a pie out of your mouth long enough to come over here and
me? You eat
me,
entire cakes. You know what I mean? Like the whole pie thing is real funny. It's based on Andrea not letting me have a pie. You made a video where you ate an entire cake with 2 hands.
This is not really? 2 minutes after having to get another Mountain Dew.
Why aren't we watching that video?
I wouldn't be making fat jokes if I were you.
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit.
Oh
Did
God.
you get a pie out of your mouth long enough to... Listen, I can abuse women and eat pies at the same time. You know, I am multifaceted. You know, I can totally do that. The woman is crazy. I just showed up and just said hello, and this is the kind of abuse I get.
Nasser, everybody wants the cake video. Everybody wants the cake video.
Okay, there's a picture on Kiwi Farms we could look at of the cake video, but I don't know if the actual video is there. Like, there's a screenshot of it that we looked at earlier. If someone has the cake video, send it to me. Let me play this.
you're gonna fucking man up and stop trying to do the listen here, little girl shit. Because you're nothing to me. I don't know you from anybody. And I'm not gonna be fucking harassed, dog.
I said, I don't think anybody called her a little girl.
No, she's catching her breath between statements.
Right. He's like, hey, Ethan, are you sexist?
It's not that bad, Nasser. Come on.
Well, I mean, I'm nothing to her, but I show up in the chat and say one thing, and then all of a sudden it's out with the riding crop. I mean, what the fuck?
Yes, you know, yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean, I don't know for sure what he said because we don't see the chat, but he said, you know, Ethan said that he just popped in and said hi, and then she's like, "Arr!" you know, instant, you know, attack mode.
Holy shit.
She has issues with her father, I bet.
For sure.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Verbally abused,
All right, hang on.
bullied, any of that shit, just because Tom needed so much
By
to
the way,
be right.
Tom, cheers to Tom. I don't even know Tom, but Tom has asked me to come on his show, and I'm always like, I don't want to fucking come on the show. But anyway, cheers to Tom. Tom is my new hero. Tom deserves a medal. I like Tom now, you know, after all of this. The guy's a hero. I mean, wouldn't you? You know, honestly, look at what he's done. He's got this woman freaking out. You know, he's pretty much destroyed the fake Fandom Menace.
Total Chad.
Cheers to Tom, man. Wherever you are, I'm pouring one out.
Let me continue.
He couldn't stand me outing him. You're defending somebody who does have a shun list, who does have a shame list. You do have a blacklist. You are a sexist piece of crap, like everybody says you are.
Wow.
And I'm not going to fucking take it. I'm not going to be bullied or intimidated. I'm not going to have people calling my cell phone trying to intimidate me into
Yes,
silence.
you
I'm not going to
are.
have people yelling and screaming at me.
How many hours do you think she cried after doing this?
I think she cried every night.
Inner pillow.
I mean, look, this is over 2.5 hours of crying, and I think somebody told me this isn't even like the complete like stream she did. So she was crying there for hours. She probably cried for, I don't know, at least double this amount of time after.
How
Also,
dare
thank you, Chimera, for $2. Says I stand with Tom. I think we all stand with Tom.
We all stand with Tom.
Let's elevate Tom. You know what? I'm thinking about like inducting Tom into Comicsgate just for this.
Right.
Let's get, you know what I mean? Like, the
I
Fandom
stand with
Menace
Tom
is
into
dead. I think people would really like to see a little bit more of Tom.
I stand with Tom. Let's see it in the chat, everybody.
Yeah, I want
People
to see
saying
more of Tom and less of whatever she is.
Whatever this is.
Yeah. They're saying Tom is boring. How could Tom possibly be boring? He abuses women.
Right. Why it got to be a blacklist? Says Blue Blood 71. Kevin Street says the hair dye is killing her brain cells.
There's a definite correlation there.
Right. Let me continue this.
What does he want? I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he wants. I think he wanted me to what? Apologize for?
Wait,
I
does
don't
she
even
have
know
like
what he wants.
What?
Does she have a pimp off screen? Like what's
She
going
had
on?
somebody back there calling the police on. I
A
don't
pimp.
even know who. Somebody
a-
back there is
yeah.
like, talking to the police about something with this drama. I don't really know.
I don't know what he wants. He got caught. Like I'm trying to publicly go forward. I don't know what he wants. EBS keeps showing how much of a pig you are by talking down this listen here little girl. You need to be less
She wishes you called her little girl.
Did you call her little girl? Did you do that?
No, I just that's not no.
What did you say? Tell us what you said.
I don't know. The chat is missing, but I don't remember what I said. I did not call her a little girl. And that's bullshit.
You're too
That's
honest to call her
disgusting.
little.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
And
it's fucking disgusting. I'll never say that to her. Ever.
We've got 94 people in here, by the way, guys. Hit the thumbs up or even the thumbs down. Share out the link, and we've got 7 hours to go for my comics. Secret Comics presents on Indiegogo. So back at today, guys, we're $158 away from 6,000. Let's get back to this.
less calm and less. You know what? You can do what you need to do. This doesn't involve you, sweetheart. Ethan Cupcake, this doesn't involve you. Butt out, all right? I didn't drag you into this, but if Tom did, then you know he's wrong.
I'm an agent of
I didn't
Tom.
involve.
I didn't put in my mouth for you.
Is she
EBS,
holding?
when
Is
she
this
called
like
you
a?
sweetheart.
Is she holding like a switch? Like she's like a
spatula.
Oh, it's a Is it? But is she like trying to like do the whole BDSM thing? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I
I'm
think
very
so.
confused.
Yeah.
Gross.
Also, hashtag Agent of Tom in the chat.
You can butt your little nose out of this, okay?
Little
sweetheart?
nose.
Go,
Little
go,
nose.
Go
I've never heard that. Oh God, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit, that was a great pause, man.
That's not a little nose. No.
No. You can
nothing
bite your little
little
nose.
about her.
Someone's really upset. They're not even thinking rationally.
Thank you, Yona Hall, for MX20. Says hashtag I abuse with Tom. Yes, I think we all abuse with Tom here, don't we?
Yeah.
She's ready to terrorize the cake. Oh my goodness. Let me continue this.
Oh, frog book. Go color in your coloring book. Go play with your toys. Go play with your comics, sweetheart.
How
I don't
upset are
care.
you? How mad and like insane are you? I think what I was saying in the chat was before they started blocking me. I just said, Hey, chat. Hey, well, I was saying hi to the chat. I was like, hey, chat, love you, chat, because the chat was kind of with me. She had a couple of mods who were kind of like, get the fuck out of here, Ethan. And I just said, if this is just a bullshit fake tirade for super chats, or I said, if this is like a gay tirade for super chats, it won. And won up the chat while she was screaming at me. So.
And how does she say, like, go back to your little comics? Like it's an insult. Like, how many millions are you up to now? 4, 5?
I mean, I don't know. Who cares? It's just so weird. Go back to your little comics. Okay, I will. First, I have to make fun of you, abuse you, and then follow Tom's orders, though, in doing so.
Go play with your comics, sweetheart. You can go play with your little comic books and let the adults talk here. This doesn't involve you. You can go.
How embarrassing.
Right, you can go.
Right.
By the way, I will tell you this. My inbox is filled right now. This might be the only appropriate place to say this, but with certain big Fandom Menace people who are apologizing to me and saying, what do we do now? And one of those people is Jeff Hicks, who finds himself in a position where, he was running the High Council show with this retard, when I left. And after this, it's like, what am I going to do? What do I do? Hey, we love you. Just to let you know, me and Jesse over here love you. Yeah, I got it. I even got an apology from Stephen Walton, which was pretty funny. Big, long, enormous.
Isn't that the historian guy?
The historian wrote me a long, eloquent apology for stepping out of line. And I think it's like, it's not because everyone just realized that I was right or something like that at the last minute. It's because it's like, shit, our grift is coming to an end because we let a lot of crazy, red-haired, psychopath SJW women into the Fandom Menace, and they ruined it. They killed it. It was a fun grift. We got to make fun of Star Wars. We were getting some attention from some crazy lesbians, and now it's over. Now what do we do? And all I can do is just shrug. I don't know what you're gonna do. I'll get back to my little comic books. I'll get back to playing with my little comic books. And I really don't know. What do you do? You elevated these people to like a status where you put them on shows with 200,000 subscribers and let them talk this fucking SJW shit and get sympathy and act like victims and then drag away like a good portion of your listenership.
And they were proud of it too. They would go off. We're just as diverse as Hollywood. Look at our friend here.
Did you see the Geeks and Gamers thing where they put out like different...
Fucking crazy. It's like, are you for real?
That was so cringe.
Oh my god, dude. When the time comes, you either step up. Geeks and Gamers, after being lambasted, and the thing about it is that I like Geeks and I like Jeremy. Like, I really liked his whole kind of he's not very self-aware, but I liked his screaming at the camera over Kathleen Kennedy. I like all that shit. It was fun to watch for a little while, but it's like when it finally, you know what I mean? Like when it's finally time to stand up, and you've got a little light on you, and it's time to actually, like, I don't know, stand for what you were preaching, practice what you preach, and you back down like that, and you instantly put out a Geeks and Gamers meme where there are a bunch of little masks, but like some of them are rainbow, and some of them have an Islamic symbol on them, and it's like, we are diverse.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, diversity is the problem.
It was something. All you had to do, and I told Jeremy, I said, I think you permanently damaged your brand, and he's like, I don't think so. I think we're going to grow from here.
My brand. This is my brand.
He said, do you think I hurt my brand? I was like, yeah, I think you did. I think you permanently hurt your brand. Well, what are you going to do? It's like, what are you going to do now? Now everybody, like, nobody trusts you.
That's unrecoverable. You can't. So, and Hollywood's still not going to sleep with him. So.
Yeah, right. And then like he like kind of has the audacity to be like I'm not like a Fandom Menace fan or hater, but he has like the audacity to be like not part of the Fandom Menace anymore. Like,
he said he was the leader of the Fandom Menace.
I remember
many times. many times. He said, I guess I'm the leader of. I said, nobody should be saying that, but if anybody's going to, it's pretty funny that it's going to be you, because Jeremy and I got in a little bit of a fight. So I was like, yeah, you're the leader. And then this, I'm not associated with the Fandom Menace. Leave me the fuck out of this. It's like, shit, dude. You know, there's so many times, like, in Comicsgate where people were fighting and everything was falling apart. And it's like, you know what you do? Like, when you're the biggest voice in Comicsgate or one of these movements, you rally everybody, you get everybody together, and you make everybody feel good. You know what I mean? You restate your purpose. You try to rally the troops. And then, you know, it's the dead weight is going to fall off. You know, Mike S. Miller's going to fuck off. Doug TenNapel's going to fuck off. Nasser Rabati's going to fuck off. But eventually, it's gonna, things are going to kind of work out, you know, and as long as everybody's still excited and really like motivated and understand what the mission statement is, it's going to be fine. And that would be Jeremy's job as leader of the Fandom Menace. Jeremy's job would be to stand up, say, look, we accidentally took in some fucking SJWs, and you're seeing what that is. That's not what we're about. You know, we're about making sure that SJWs don't get to play victim to fuck with our pop culture, and we're not going to hero right now. It's unreal. It is the grift is not going to last if you don't have a purpose.
Slick Rick says, "Is this the new bottom of the barrel since Oz's channel died?" Oh my goodness! How dare you compare me to Oz's channel?
Oz's channel is still the bottom of the barrel. So.
Yeah, and also 112 people in here, guys. Hit that thumbs up or even the thumbs down, whichever one you want. Share out the link to this stream, please. And make sure you guys back Secret Comics Presents, $158 away from hitting 6,000. So there's the link in the chat. And let's get back to this. There's not a lot left.
Are you a white girl that screams for diversity?
That's the end of it, I guess.
She has like commercials. Are you a white girl that speaks for diversity? She's making fun of Brie Larson for being an SJW.
That's funny.
I mean, you don't even.
Let me find the
cake.
Yeah, it's here. Let's see. I think it was on the page before this one. There's not the whole video of it as far as I know, but there's this picture right here. But what makes it so funny is this clip right here.
Oh fuck! She has a really good camera angle going on because I didn't know she looked like that.
Hold on. Did I share my audio? Let me know if you hear this.
No.
Lol, and everyone crying about the Phantom Menace getting destroyed. I don't care about the Phantom Menace getting destroyed. I want something fucking with more dignity and integrity, and if I gotta burn it down and rise out of the ashes,
it's all about
the little boys club, of the nerds who were beat up and now they think they can be the bullies themselves because they were beat up in high school. Really. See, I was the hot chick in the leather jacket, listening to heavy metal, hanging out at concerts.
Did you hear? She said she was the hot chick. Look.
Oh, yeah, I was the hot chick in the leather jacket, listening to heavy metal, hanging out at concerts. All right. That's who I was. That's who I was in the 90s. You know, I was hiding the fact that I liked Star Trek.
Believe all land whales.
I wasn't. They just wish that they were. Is that a surge can? I saw.
None of that was true. She said she was the hot chick that wore leather and listened to metal.
She meant imagine how sad your group must be when this girl's the hot one, you know?
Cows
yeah, I'm like,
leather.
how ugly were the other people where you lived?
And look, and this dude, look what he says here. He says you got enough cake already.
Nasser likes those fat jokes.
Nasser.
Oh my goodness.
Simmer down now, Nasser.
Oh my goodness. But no, the whole cake video, I don't know if it's on here. I don't know. I think it was just this picture. Let's see. Oh, hold on, no, or is this it here?
What was the other video? There was another video underneath that one, the hot chick video. Wasn't there, or did I imagine?
No, you're right. Let me click back to that. Oh yeah, this is her spurting out for 3 minutes.
Ooh, there it is. I understand the frustration, your grievances. And I'm not gonna lie for these people anymore. I'm not gonna lie to protect these people. screw that. I have more integrity than to lie and cover up a bunch of people who are really no better than the man babies the media says they are. Like, seriously. If you
Those are
have
your
a
friends.
boys club of guys who want to sit around and talk shit about a
Hold on,
bunch
Nasser,
of
pause this.
YouTube
Okay.
podcasters.
What you missed there was she said, "I'm not going to lie anymore."
Anymore,
so she,
yeah.
So she totally
Right.
grifted her way into this shit, and now is just going full tilt. This is hilarious.
This is some low IQ shit,
Yeah.
and it's like, I mean, it's unreal. I look at this, and the look on my face. This is why my camera's off.
Show us.
man.
Show us.
It's just a sneer through this. I can't even take, like, the whole hot chick thing. You don't even understand. I was a hot chick in the 90s in leather.
Imagine.
I mean, what the fuck? And
I
then
mean,
this,
what type of cow wears leather? That's just like not
a
classy.
cow wears leather. You know, that's
Yeah, Jesus.
Right. That's like if I were to skin John Dillard and wear his skin.
Oh, you piece of shit.
All right, let's they play
And
this.
body shame them and all this shit, and slam every woman in the community that you disagree with. Maybe you are threatened by women. Maybe you are afraid to show. Because let's see.
I'm not actually sure how much I missed of all this. Yeah. I wonder whether he said Nasser said he wasn't going to let his thing go in demand. So I don't know. I told him he needs to drop the price. His prices are ridiculous. I mean, they really are. He wants $8 for his digital. JDA has, frankly, a much better quality product, and his digital is $5. And original art from Nasser's project is like, I think 2.5 times as expensive as original art from JDA's. It's like, man. I don't know. It seems like nobody's taken him aside and told him about the difference between making a fast nickel or a slow dime. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know how much longer this is going to go. They're looking at what we looked at already. Did they? I don't want to lose the spot, so I guess I won't go back and check. But did they? Wonder if they already looked at the pie making stream or not, or the cake stream, whatever. But if they haven't made it to that yet, I guess that's worth including.
Common denominator here. You only ever complain about Ray.
You made fun of Zack Snyder's daughter's suicide.
Right.
Okay? Twice.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, honestly, let's get down to it. You embarrassed everyone in the community. You made fun of, when we were sitting there going, hey, Zack Snyder's a real coward for saying what he's saying about his fans, and we had a point. The Fandom Menace had a good point.
Yes.
We were justified. And then you came out and said, maybe he passed his daughter around Peter Wood, his daughter that committed suicide. You called him Father of the Year and blamed him for his daughter's suicide.
Wow.
You're a piece of shit, Mecca. I mean, I don't even know how to say it. Like, I'm cool with Joe.
Like I said, is it possible? Sure it is. Anything's possible, I suppose. But unless you got some fucking evidence, man, don't say shit like that. Unless you got some reason to fucking believe it. And as near as I can tell, she doesn't have any reason to believe it. She just decided to fucking say it. And ooh. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Because I did watch this this live stream where EVS said this. I don't know why I didn't fucking think about that earlier, but I guess that would make sense if that was, part of what's going on here. Is she fucking said that about, and like maybe instead of being part of the argument, that was like what started the argument or something, where she's saying something, without any evidence or anything, and like major defamatory shit that Zack Snyder could come after Midnight's Edge and ruin them over, and Tom may have been like, Becca, shut the fuck up. And then she's like, no, I'm gonna say, I have freedom of speech, I'm gonna say whatever I want. It's like, God. Yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that being what fucking happened. Holy shit. Man.
Oops.
Oh, damn it.
Cool with
Start
jokes
playing.
across the line. That's not even a joke. It's not funny. There's no joke there. That's just hatefulness. And so everybody had to kind of go, well, I'll probably be streaming with Mecca a little bit less often. Because, like, we're still, trying to make super chat money, and our channel's still a going concern. And probably don't want to stream with the girl who made fun of the father with the deceased daughter. Where else have we seen that? Where else have we seen people kind of getting shunned from a community for making fun of somebody with a deceased relative?
Right.
Mecca is basically the war campaign of the Fandom Menace. You're being shunned. You're being shunned, and the reason why is because people just can't be seen with you. Like people just can't. They can't do it. It's like you're cruel, and so for you to come back and just talk all this mad shit. Like, maybe you are man babies. Maybe you're just nuts. Maybe you're not nice.
All you do is complain about Ray. Yeah, it's just...
Which is exactly what she did. When she says in this part of the clip, she's like, you complain about Ray and Kathleen Kennedy and, like, Brie Larson? It's like, but you just did that for the last 3 years. That was your channel. So why is she calling you and others sexist for that? It doesn't make any sense.
It was all fake.
Ugh. All right, let me continue this clip.
And you're
because people know what they did wrong. This is part of the reason why we have a shame culture, or did I say society culture? Whatever. Anyway, why we have a shame culture now instead of a guilt one is because part of the problem. People don't understand right from wrong anymore. They don't understand what is right and what is wrong, and then they're like, oh well. I'll just say, horrible shit like that, and let's say they don't, you have to shame them, because otherwise there's no chance of them understanding that what they did was wrong, because they don't have a moral compass anymore. That's part of the problem. It's also worth pointing out, I suppose, briefly, that a lot of the reason why a lot of secular, people, agnostic, atheist, whatever, who, they're not Christians, but they consider that, well, I'm just as moral as a Christian, blah, 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 blah. I don't need God for my morality or whatever. A lot of the reason why they feel that way, and why it sort of is true, that, sure, you can be moral, but increasing numbers of them are not. And that's because a lot of them were raised Christian, and they do understand a lot of the underlying concepts of right and wrong. And even if they weren't specifically raised Christian, then it's been a huge part of Western civilization for a long time. And even though it's been steadily eroded for quite some time, it, like, the leftovers are still here. And that's why you have, people who are or think they are still moral, even though, like, they don't. Increasingly, they don't. They're not. They don't understand what. Anyway. Yeah, it's in the process of going away. And so you're going to see more and more people just really not comprehending what is right and what is wrong going forward. That is deeply disturbing, but that anyway, that's where we're headed. That's where we are. Oh man. All right, let's keep
communities. Oh, and Brie fucking Larson. Gee, maybe you do hate women. Oh, maybe you do hate women. The way you treat us, for fuck's sake. It's like you didn't have to go down that route. You know, you could have, I don't know, not played the listen here, little girl, that sexist piece of shit stuff.
I'd like to chime in.
She really wants to be called little.
I do hate women, and I just wanted to make that clear. So.
Yeah, she said maybe, but you wanted to. Yeah, you want to make that clear.
Absolutely, yes.
I would say I hate all of them except for Zack Snyder's daughter, who I like now,
That's
and
fair.
I'm concerned for her, and I don't like this big fat clown-haired pig making fun of a father's pain. I'm a father. I have a daughter. You know, it's like so, and I think a few of us in here. I don't know, John. You might have a daughter.
I just got sons, so I don't.
Imagine.
There. Yeah.
Imagine this shithead, this big fat cake slamming, Mountain Dew guzzling pig, calling you Father of the Year because maybe your kid had some emotional problems and took
I'd
his
go
own life.
ballistic. I'd go ballistic.
Imagine that, and then she's blaming everyone who shunned her. She's tearing down the movement of people who were having fun on the internet, making fun of Star Wars. She's destroying that in her wake, in her big fat whale wake.
Bakeries. Just all of it.
I mean,
what was that, DA?
I said she's terrorizing bakeries.
Right.
I mean, the amount of loathsome in this individual, like, you really have to stop and restate exactly what's going on here so that you don't get sucked into her vortex of creepy. Just restate, like, from a grounded, rational position, what she's yelled, why she's angry, what caused all of this. And you just see how fucking vile she is.
Yeah.
All right.
So Tom is a hero. We all stand with Tom, whoever he is.
Whoever Tom is.
Somebody in the chat. Oh, here, I lost it. If I just found
Is
it.
he
Tom was right. Hashtag Tom was right. Let's get a Tom was right in the chat. Hashtag
Is this the
Tom was
MySpace
right.
guy that we're talking about?
That guy was right, too.
Yeah.
Right. And you guys can all be right by backing Secret Comics Presents on Indiegogo right now. 7 hours to go, guys. Let's get it to 6,000.
Hey, Nasser, how'd you like that artist I hooked you up with?
Oh, he is incredible. Just absolutely incredible art. I'm gonna be beginning a script for him sometime, probably before the weekend, I think.
If you need a little like startup capital to pay his bill, I can find something for you to write. So and pay you to pay him. So
Yes.
we'll just make sure. I mean, I know what you need is you need a book with great artwork. Well, you got a good start with Secret Comics and Jason's artwork. You need a follow up to that, and I'll promote you too. I'll promote you guys.
Oh hell yeah!
We'll get that book going.
Good
It's about
shit.
time.
Yeah.
You've been well behaved for the past few months. Time to bring you back.
Ethan, you're the goat.
Well, thanks.
I'm gonna cry some tears of joy, Ethan.
Well, don't be gay.
Okay. Okay, I'll do it off stream.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue this.
So you got triggered because you don't want to be mansplained you. No, I got triggered because I got yelled and screamed at and bullied and shunned for fuck.
I got screamed at. Oh no.
Is she getting screamed at by like one person, or is it like a group of people, or what's going on?
Tom was screaming at her. She says Tom yelled at her. Tom raised his voice at her.
Over the internet.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I would yell at her too, honestly. I would yell at her too over this.
Did Tom raise his hand to her?
It seems like he did, but he didn't.
Okay.
The hysteria that you're seeing here seems like he would have raised his hand to them, but he didn't.
Closed fist or open? Open. I would guess Tom's an open kind of guy. He wouldn't do that.
I would think, just based on the hysteria, that a sharp-edged weapon was involved somehow. That's what I would guess. That's what I'm seeing and feeling here.
Words are violence. Words are violence.
Yeah.
Probably even 2 weapons. Anyways.
What would you do though? Seriously, yelling at this bitch. I mean, seriously, Tom's got 200,000 subscribers. He's probably making $15,000 a month on YouTube. Okay, and then you've got this clown that is threatening that.
Well, I don't know. Tom's a very brave person because I'm terrified of this.
Tom is a real man.
Right.
Tom is a real. He's not
Tom,
afraid. Yeah.
Tom has an open invite to the channel now. Mr. Dong says he typed in all caps at her. Oh my goodness. Also, the Quaps is sack of oranges. Oh my goodness. All right, let me continue.
Like you're seriously $15,000 a month, and then this bitch. Like, wouldn't you yell?
Yes.
I would yell.
My good friend Rosetta is in the chat. Says she's known Tom for 2 years. They talk daily in DM streams, even visits in person. She has never seen anything. She's claimed not once. Thanks, Rosetta.
Yell at her in DMs.
Rosetta, we can stream sometime too. We can talk about our good friend Risey also, and have a good time.
Okay. Anyways, let's continue this.
Did you not see the rest of those streams? Did you not see? It's not just being mansplained to you, dumb fuck. It's being yelled at, bullied, berated, silenced into not, and being
silenced. I wish you were silenced.
No, you look at those silenced, bullied, berated, you screamed at. Those are all the same thing.
That's the one thing Tom didn't do.
He just told her
good
stop.
enough.
Whatever you're doing, stop. And this
That's
is that
the one thing
knee-jerk
Tom
reaction
didn't
again.
do right was she clearly wasn't bullied enough by him.
I abuse with Tom.
Also, hashtag I abuse with Tom. I want Tom on here now. Is there a way to send Tom the link, whoever he is?
He's a big star. He's got 200,000 subscribers. I don't think he's, and I think.
And he says that.
To
I
be
don't know
fair
if
to
that's like his
Tom,
personal channel or if
I
that's
talked to him in
Midnight's Edge.
private. I said, "What are they doing, canceling you?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude." He's like, "These bitches." I'm like, "I know." He's like, "I'm just gonna move forward." I'm like,
Yeah.
That's
This
all
probably
you can
isn't
do.
the type of thing Tom wants to.
Yeah, just pretend this isn't happening. Protect your income.
Gotcha. Anyways.
forced to lie for a bunch of people who are no better than what the SJWs say. That's the issue.
And it just occurred to me I'm
you
fucking
think that this is
missing
about being mansplained
HB's
to,
stream
then you
for
don't
this.
see this shit. Then you're not looking at your fucking screen.
Ooh.
Look at your fucking screen, for fuck's sake.
God.
No, don't make me.
Oh my
man.
goodness! Every time I pause it too, she's always making some just disgusting face. Every time you pause it on her, it's another meme. Also, hashtag silence more women. Yes, always silence women. Hashtag Tom did nothing wrong.
And he probably didn't.
Look at your fucking screen. All right?
I mean, he might
Look at
have,
your
but I
fucking
doubt
screen.
it.
We're to the point now. We're to the point now where this piece of shit yells at you in your fucking stream when you're in voice chat with him to bully you into silence and belittle you. All right? I'm done. I am fucking done, and I'm not going to let any one of you try and bully me into silence.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, it really does sound like what is fucking happening here, or has happened, whatever, is that she was saying something that's gonna get, the Midnight's Edge channel taken down, or get them sued into oblivion by Zack Snyder or something. It's like, whether it was that comment or some other comment that she's made. It sounds like that's what happened, is that she's fucking saying something that she needed to not be saying, that nobody needed to be saying because it's going to, have legal ramifications or whatever. And Tom, took to the voice chat in the background or whatever, and I mean not on stream, but the background, the back channel or whatever, and told her to shut the fuck up before she gets them all yeeted or whatever. And she just didn't accept that worth a damn, just failing to understand how her behavior is gonna fuck them all over. And he was trying to get her to stop, and she's just like, fuck you. You know, I'll say what I want, even if it does burn everybody's income to the ground. It's like, I mean, you know, a selfish bitch. That's what it sounds like. I don't know, but that's what it fucking sounds like happened. And I don't, you know, there's so many people like her that are just, there's such a problem. They don't understand. Like, they either don't understand or they just don't fucking care that they're putting people's livelihoods at risk, you know. And like I said, it's like either they don't get that there can be serious consequences from them saying shit they shouldn't say, or else they know that, yeah, I could fuck everybody out of a job. It's like, you know, people who are you know, who are making a living doing whatever. It's like, I'm putting all of that at risk. I'm risking other people, like, not my own, you know, I mean, yeah, her own probably too, but she's not risking just her own livelihood. She's risking other people's livelihood, and she doesn't give a fuck. You know, she's like, I don't give two shits, you know, about whether or not you lose your job and your, you know, you lose your house, your, you know, whatever. It's like, you're totally fucked, Tom is like, you know, and Andre and whoever the fuck else. It's like, and she doesn't care. Pardon me. It's, you know, that's what this seems like. It seems like that is exactly what the fuck is going on here, is that she is putting other people's livelihoods at risk and doesn't give a shit. Or else is just too dumb to understand that that's what's going on. That's you know, doesn't understand, you know. And that's a hallmark of SJWs. They don't understand the consequences of their actions. They really don't. You know, they collectively are working to destroy Western civilization, and they don't ever stop to think that once they've destroyed it, like, all the benefits of it that they have enjoyed their whole lives that allowed them to be such useless pieces of shit that contribute nothing, all that's going away, you know. And then good luck. Like, good luck in the aftermath, man. Shit.
Jesus.
Oh my goodness! Everybody, hide your cakes. Hide all your food, man. She's on a rampage.
We need to
hide your cakes, hide
In
your
the 50s,
pies.
they had a drug
Because
that
they
they
eating
gave
everything
them
up
to
in
shut
here.
them up. I think it was called Milltown.
I think it's called a fist. What?
Wow. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Hashtag
Yeah.
gatekeep women, yes. Oh my god. In the 50s, they would have thrown her into the insane asylum.
Gatekeep everybody.
We need to bring that back, Ethan, don't you think?
What, women in the insane asylum?
Yeah. We need a place for them.
Fucking
Well,
to-go
that- you know,
container
that
way
is
the hell
word-
down in the
where
sack.
the word hysteria came from. You know, it's rooted in.
Can't get it out.
You know, hysterectomy. It's rooted in a feminine, you know, base word, and it is because of crazy women. You know, people have been experiencing this throughout history. We've only learned to ignore it. You know, PC culture has taught us to ignore that this is the way women often behave. And
Yeah,
it's a
again,
shame.
not all,
It's a real
but
shame.
all too
No,
many.
It's true. I have private conversations with Vicky, and
What's she like in private?
oh, yeah, it's not pretty.
It's gotta be nuts, right?
Is she as bad as this?
Oof.
I mean, nobody's as bad as this.
Okay, but she's like close, or at least halfway there.
I want to say, like, you know, about 10%, which is about 10% too much.
Does she send you extra feet pics though?
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem.
That's oh.
Also, Fraud79 says a Asyle issue too. I just finished writing the second draft of that. It's with Vic now, so I think he's going to begin pages soon. So Asyle 2 is coming soon. Also, Trixie 2 is coming soon. I think this summer sometime we'll be launching Trixie Book 2. Finally.
Whatever the hell that is.
It's only been since 2019 when Book 1 came out, but Book 2 is going to be launching this summer. Also, this isn't the first time I've seen this comment in the chat. Multiple people said they stopped watching the High Council because of this chick.
I stopped watching it
Cake
because
versus
Ethan
pie,
wasn't
can't
there
we
anymore.
Just all get along.
He was the funny one.
No.
So.
Oh my goodness! Do you guys want to finish this clip? I have the cake stream pulled up.
Fuck, not really, dude. Put the cake stream.
Yeah, we want to see her gorging on cake.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's. All right, let's go.
We are
over there.
essentially getting to the end of it now, I think.
All right, share audio. Okay, let's get past this ad.
I mean,
real
not
quick,
the end of their stream
and then I'll put
because
on the audio.
Asher's stream went on for fucking ever.
I'll give it a thumbs down. Now let's be nice. Let's give it a thumbs up.
All right, it's called ad block, Nasser.
You want to watch a cake?
For God's sake.
Buffalo Wild Wings is great. Oh, fuck.
Somebody needs to give us a timestamp. This is.
Yeah, see, almost 4
She
hours.
eats cake for 4 hours?
I believe it.
I can see it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is. Oh my god, this is unlisted too. Whoever posted this on the forums, you're the GOAT. But I don't think it came with the timestamp.
Well, just let me see a little bit of it. Press play.
All right.
What is she doing
Bouncing.
here?
It looks like it's bouncing. I think it's all right. Hello, hello. Now we're making chocolate cake. My kitchen is not clean.
Why not?
Right, you're gonna be starting up a stream in your kitchen. Clean it up a little.
You're a woman. Clean
I
your
would
fucking
imagine,
kitchen.
Nasser, that she eats the cake. I would imagine she eats the cake after she makes it, so you could probably fast forward.
That's rough not having a gas stove.
Okay, okay. Let's go like here, 30-something minutes in.
Here, I gotta get. LBK, I don't watch Fire Night Types, but I do watch Oz's reviews of Batwoman, and that's why I stopped watching Batwoman, because I got 2 Batwoman.
Okay, let's skip a little bit more.
That's a lot of talking.
It is a lot of talk. Who actually tunes into this? How does she have 63,000 subs? I don't even have 2,000 yet.
She got She got that many subs from appearing
Well,
on Tom's channel. Like
I prefer
everybody
electric.
has.
She was in Wii Wars.
Except
she was
when the
pretty
power goes out,
heavy
and
into
then it's
Wii
like,
Wars.
yeah, it would
She
be
was
nice to
pretty
have
what?
fucking ass stuff right
Pretty heavy in the Wii Wars.
Dean, shame on you.
Oh, my bad.
Oh my goodness. Man. let's just play it. I was gonna say something that was mean.
This is a good cocoa powder. We're putting the good cocoa powder.
She's gonna swallow that
She's gonna
whole.
inhale that shit.
Right.
Yeah. I bet she snorts it.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like me with cocaine, but Jesus.
In the measuring cup, and then I'm gonna sift it. I'm gonna measure it, and then I'm gonna sift it.
Almost an hour in, and the cake is still not
I
cooked.
can measure it over the.
Fast forward to eating cake. I don't care about her. I don't care about her baking.
Okay, 2 hours in. Do you think there's cake
She
yet?
can't even clean her kitchen. We don't care about
What's
her baking.
not about her chest? Whose chest? Me? My chest?
Oh,
What did I do?
jeez.
Just
Oh
eat
my-
the cake,
oh
fatty.
my-
Fuck.
Oh, there's cake behind her. Okay, so the
Cake
cake is
stuff.
made. All right.
Yeah.
Was she making frosting or something?
I hope so. You can't just eat those cakes without frosting.
Yeah, for real.
Sure.
I mean, she definitely can't just eat that cake without frosting.
The chew so far.
Man, that machine is on its last leg. She makes so many cakes.
Getting kind of hungry.
I keep thinking the stuff over here is gonna fly into her own gravitational pull.
Yeah. Why is there a Canada Dry bottle sitting there?
That's true.
She's probably chugging it.
She didn't clean her kitchen, remember? So. Yeah.
Like there's a lot of I said it the other day. I kind of had it with the haters.
I'm a
Well,
little.
the other day with the haters.
I'm a little
Oh,
nervous
it's
this
a
is
bad
gonna
ass
ruin
point.
cakes for me.
She's hitting the machine, is like not dispensing the sugar fast enough. She's like, get the fuck in there.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine if they're just crossing the line and just being abusive, then I don't. Then there's no reason for them to be here, but or they're just pretty bots. I'm just kind of, and there's some days when I'm gonna want them gone. You know, there's always gonna be those days when I'm like, yeah. But I think I'm gonna have fewer of those going forward because I'm not dealing with all of the.
Let's fast forward a little bit.
I'm as
What?
I'm as anxious for this cake as she is. I'm like, hurry the fuck up.
I really would like some cake right now. But I'm
wanna
getting
see
bored
her.
of this.
I don't want to see her with the cake. I want to see her clean her kitchen and mop the fucking floor.
Right.
Get all that
Lucky.
shit off the countertops. Clean surfaces.
That's never gonna happen,
Disgusting.
man.
Right. That's what women ought to do. That's where they belong. They belong in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, clean your fucking house.
Right.
Clean your bastard house. Like, what? You got. Holy shit. Like, that's the whole thing. You can tell how somebody's life is, like, their mind is, by the state of their environment. It's like disorganized, cluttered, dirty, you know, full of sugar. And it's like an insight. Sorry, press play now, sir.
All right. This is more interesting than anything she has to say.
I need to get something besides the shipping materials to keep my fucking
that.
comics in. They're all just piled up in the corner,
peaceful.
you know, in their Gemini mailers.
Right. I can have this in the background while I write.
I'm not someone who cooks very much, but this is just frosting, right? She's just making icing.
Right.
Is this something that takes 30 minutes to do? I mean,
probably.
I think she's making.
There it is.
Here. That's more. But what were you saying, Dean?
I said I think she's making a beverage for herself.
Dean, I didn't know you were funny.
Most
That hurts,
are full clusters of soy boys these days. Actually, love.
Why is she talking about her people?
Yeah.
I don't know. The comic shops always got pissy with me because I was a big Archie collector.
yeah, I'm sure that pissed
It
them
was a
off.
big
God.
Huh.
Big.
They got a big starchy collector. It wasn't that funny, Nazar.
No, I gave kind of a courtesy laugh to that one.
It was funny.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I agree with Nazar. It was funny. The starchy collector.
Damn pop. Aren't you supposed to like?
And then she can't get the fucking cake to come out of the pan.
She's acting like she doesn't know what she's doing.
I'm guessing that there's a shit ton of sugar in that icing. Personally, I've actually gotten in the habit of really
We're never
liking
gonna get to eat
extremely
fucking
dark
cake. This
chocolate.
is fucking. How long?
I need to
this?
figure out how to make icing that has
2.5
almost no sugar in it. That's
Imagine
almost
this
all
Somebody
just
watched this
chocolate.
live and wasted 2.5
Just
hours of their life, and she's
90% cocoa bars. That's what I.
Simping's a very
I like to eat.
serious disease.
Yeah, it's bitter, but
What does she mean?
it's a good
shot?
flavor
She
still.
wants $20. Oh, they give you $20 when you take a shot. She wants to drink. What
Wait,
she's
so
looking.
she gets $20 and she gets to drink?
Yeah, this is pure diabetes.
That is the best grift I've ever fucking heard.
I haven't. Well, we do it on the Jack Show sometimes. Like I'll be like, "Hey, every $300."
Yeah, and then he doesn't do it.
That's just a good fucking deal.
It's just good fun, but I mean, $20. I haven't seen her drink. I haven't seen her get $20 yet.
For every $20, I'll drink a cup of water.
More likely she's getting it and just doesn't notice.
You can stay dehydrated, Nasser.
Oh, they're gonna body shame me now. Ooh, better. Ooh,
They should have been body shaming her like a decade ago.
Right.
I don't know. This one's gonna pop out. This one might not pop out so easily.
She's so fucking angry at that cake for not cooperating.
Right.
Fucking beat it.
You gotta grease it, like your front door.
Sure, like her fucking.
God.
So now I want to put that on top of this one. Oh no, I want to frost that, and then I put this one on top of that one.
Oh my goodness, this long process. Let's skip a little.
That's our thing.
It's a very light,
How long do I have to
very
skip
light
it?
color
Just
to
get
that.
to her eating the cake. I'm not
frosting.
interested in hearing from
You're
her.
gonna cancel me.
She's not interesting. Yes, I'm gonna cancel you.
The fuck is she beating?
You like it?
Just don't turn it on while you're
There's her pimp again.
Doing that to
Her pimp, you know, or her simp.
Oh.
One or the other, or both, or whatever. That apparently is Rob. That's apparently Rob. He's living with her, I guess. I don't know.
Like a civilized person.
Yeah, I like it better with the real butter. Cake night.
That's the kind of cake that a neighbor makes you, like your crazy neighbor, and you go, "This is going right in the garbage." Thank you. You know, it's got like bits of cat litter in it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like
God.
filthy house.
Oh my goodness.
No, this is the big knife.
Let's say I got lucky.
No one washes their hands. She's right. Gosh,
And
disgusting.
there's a Girl Scout cookie Thin Mints on the inside.
Oh, I'm fucking sure there is.
Right.
Huh? That's alright.
There's fucking Girl Scout cookies in her fucking
It's
veins.
gonna crumble right up.
Some asshole in Master's chat also complained about the fucking plastic plates. You know, it's like, so what?
That's why it was not.
Oh, there was no way she was letting it cool down.
Who fucking cares about, you know, whether they have plastic plates?
Even if you weren't
I
streaming,
use paper plates a lot.
Like, yeah,
you
I'll
know.
just put it in the freezer. So
I don't use plastic because you know those can't microwave those. The paper plates, sure.
She's not letting a fucking crumb go to waste.
Right.
But yeah, that's apparently Rob, and he's apparently in her house. And if he's there calling the cops in one video, and then in this stream, which happened, we don't know precisely when, in relative to the other one.
Yucky Gum, thank you for your super chat. Says free comics at Yucky Gum Comics. Also get Secret Comics Presents. Yes, thank you, man.
Then
Yeah.
it really starts to sound like either he's living with her or else it's an extended visit.
It's so ugly.
And frankly,
what happened to it?
And frankly, you don't.
Let it cool all the way, probably. I frosted it before. I should have popped it in the fridge like a dum dum.
Dumb bitch.
Right.
Heck! It didn't. His slice stayed better than mine.
Dumb broad.
You know what? Honestly,
Poor
just
cuck
go to
husband has to
Walmart.
check her fucking pockets before he does the laundry for cookies and shit.
Yeah, for real. Just go to Walmart.
Just go to Walmart. You can't. Why?
So, yeah, I
why?
mean, like I said,
There's an argument
it's
to be
none
made
of our
for
business on the one
cake
hand, but on the other hand,
Walmart.
you know,
You
they're
can't.
televising
Just
their
go to
lives to a
Walmart.
certain extent. So
God damn it.
it looks like Rob and
Billy
Mecca are
says
probably
the cake gave up like
involved.
she did on life.
That's just like a sad-looking turd.
Oh my goodness. By the way, Billy did our trading card for Secret Comics Presents. You guys should all go check out Billy on Twitter.
I'm sure if I
He's
made a
had,
cake, it wouldn't look any
Ghost
better.
Monster, The Last E
Might
is a
look even
3.
worse.
He does great
Of course,
art.
it might look better. You never know.
His slice stayed.
I don't know that I've ever made a
And one
cake.
of these might have not.
Well, I'm sure I made a cake at some point, but I've
Some
you
of
know.
my line of cake slices.
She like cuts the one piece and then just starts eating the whole cake.
Well, the big Italian
You guys
family,
get
you
this.
probably have a birthday
Right.
every other week.
I've seen wedding
Birthday
cakes. I
or
guess that's a
wedding or
divorce cake.
Yeah, every other week.
I've made a lot of pies though. Back in the day, the day being I don't know a decade ago or something.
Here we go. And it's off screen.
Let me see your
made a-
face. Come on.
Boo.
The one
That was
time
the
I
payoff.
told you
I made a
I feel
lot
like
of
I'm
pies.
both, like
They're really good.
blue-balled, but at the same time, I'm being spared.
Is that
Yeah,
Rob's face? Does he have a
confusing feeling.
fucking hoodie on
Oh
inside
my
her
goodness.
house?
147 people in here,
Is
guys.
it really
Hit that
cold in
thumbs
there,
up
or
thumbs
is
down,
he
whichever one
trying
you
to
want.
be
Share out the
incognito?
link to the stream, please. Check out Secret Comics Presents on Indiegogo and send super chats.
Mr. Dongs, this is how we save Star Wars.
It is. See, that's me. I eat this and then I gain 10 pounds because I like the frosting so much. It's just a chocolate buttercream.
10 pounds. Just another 10.
Yeah.
who cares at that point,
I think
honestly.
it's better with the salt. Because I just put regular butter.
Thank you.
Regular, well, the Kerrygold.
Oh my goodness. We
Finish
actually have
chewing before you talk. Like, what is wrong with him?
We actually have a baker in the chat. Laughing Man says, ex-baker here. If you don't let the cake cool, it begins cooking the icing. Is she mad? This is
Why I
like
prefer
common
pie.
today.
Don't have to fucking put icing on
That
it.
kitchen egg has been in Nam. It's all fucked up.
Gosh,
Hey,
this
what-
was
hey,
4
I gotta get
hours.
here. I gotta get out of here, Nasser. I gotta go promote a comic on my stream. So I
I
see you
made
later.
an apple pie one time.
Chocolate
with,
pie.
See you, man.
dark rum in it. It's
She is
fucking
making
beautiful
sure
when
to get
it's
all
cooking.
Those crumbs that spilled on the fucking
I was
counter.
cooking the-
Fucking frozen.
Well, there's no on the other side that she doesn't see.
Oh, she just she hasn't sniffed it out yet. But
Rocky says.
the
It
rum and the
worked.
sugar and everything.
It did. Except for this part. See?
Oh my goodness.
Still
Bubbled up.
bothering me
So
that
beautiful.
it's doing-
come on.
When are we gonna see
America's
her
given
eat it?
up.
No.
This is like that cake represents the.
I did
the
a
American
crumble
automotive
top.
industry. You know, post 1969, we've just given up. You know, it's just shit now. We might as well just let Japan make all our cakes. This is what we're getting.
Yeah.
I drive an American car.
No idea what I was gonna say.
You know,
Do some fast
if,
forwarding.
you know, I don't understand that.
Oh God, don't.
They're like,
suck
oh,
the beer.
just drive a Toyota. It's like, fuck your Toyotas.
People.
Ugly, pathetic
Like,
pieces of shit.
I guess isn't that much frosting that's left.
There's quite a bit left.
Yeah, I thought she was just gonna start eating it.
Maybe she'll do it off
I
screen.
mean, I could put another layer on top, and then people are gonna yell, "It was perfect!
Oh,
It was
stop.
perfect!" No, I don't
Oh,
want
she's
to
eating it like that too.
Nobody would say that it was perfect.
A little extra.
If you're not going to listen to people about important things, why would you listen to anybody about unimportant
Larry's
things?
reminding me that cakes are not like bars. Cakes go stale. It's true, Larry.
The Quaff, thank you for $5, says, after you back Secret Comics, check out Shotgun Samurai on Indiegogo. We have a new trailer.
I think I
Hashtag Tom
backed
was
that.
right. Right. If you guys think Tom was right, then check out Shotgun Samurai and get Secret Comics Presents. All right, let's get back to this.
What's hour? What time is this? 10.
Oh my goodness.
So,
No, it's 11.
I have new videos up if you guys put a ginger on it. Well, see, then they could then
Pardon me.
we have.
She is the worst.
This is.
I understand the raising the camera
Oh,
angle
Mary is.
so that, like, you know, you look thinner. Trust me, I understand that.
Yeah, I should try it.
But
It
probably
doesn't really work when you take up the whole camera.
it's not just that, but I don't need to see the part in your hair. You know, that's when you know it's too high. When I'm looking at the top of your head, literally the top of your head, not great.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
I don't think there's much she can do to make it better. I'm gonna
Just
be
give them.
honest.
You're right about that, Dean.
It's going to be on High Council. Like permanent, it looks like. Yeah. Out. Just, yeah.
I don't have a camera. I'm not planning on getting one to be on camera. But if I do, I'm probably going to be like Oz. I'm going to put on my serial killer
How
mask
many empty clips do you
before,
need on your
before I
refrigerator?
go on camera.
You're holding nothing.
I didn't even notice that.
They're holding up. They're holding up like pictures of her achievements.
Oh my goodness. She needs to put like a little diet plan on these things.
Yeah, it's like don't. Okay.
What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying why it triggers me. Why are there 7 empty clips there? You don't want to put a photo there, maybe like your shopping list, you know, something. They're just on there. I see. Bothers me.
Don't really want to pander to people who are like, and then it's going to be good with Kathleen Kennedy on. Because I don't know if it will be. That's the thing. I don't know how.
How did anybody ever like her? I don't understand.
Imping is a very serious disease, Nasser.
My wife, I was talking about this with my wife earlier, and I kind of distilled it down to, you know, she's accusing Me Too, whatever, and saying this guy's flirting with this land whale, and my wife's like, people go on the internet and flirt with land whales, and I'm like, it's true.
Yeah,
It's
like
absolutely true.
in all seriousness, there's people that surprisingly look way worse than Mecca, and people simp for them.
She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. Yeah.
When am I gonna get a simp?
You
You're
got
not.
a story bait.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh no.
That's all you get, Nasser.
Shut up.
Should be enough for you, Nasser.
I hate you guys.
Oh, how good it will be with her gone or not.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's like, you know, it doesn't. This is why, and it would come as a shock to her and maybe ourselves, but like, it doesn't matter what you look like. If you're smart and you have something funny or interesting to say, people will watch your YouTube channel and ignore
that's
what
true.
you look like for the most, or they'll make fun of what you look like. Mecca, I liked her voice, and she proclaimed to be Fandom Menace. She proclaimed to kind of agree with everything that Fandom Menacers kind of thought, believed, and all this stuff. It's just over time you just start to realize, you know, when someone isn't, you're waiting for them to be smart and funny, and it just doesn't really happen.
Right,
I
like
think that's
Miller.
what happened here. Like me, basically.
No.
But, well, I mean, you know, it's Miller too.
Yeah.
I'm just
Miller's
trying to
awesome.
I'm trying to rationalize why, because I was there when Mecha Random, you know, became part of the Fandom Menace. I was there and I went, oh yeah.
I remember one time, like,
Sorry about
I was trying to like get into some Fandom Menace channels, and like her channel was like
ASMR.
Like I saw her on the streams, I was like, okay, what is? And she like.
Yeah,
her
I could
channel
do
was
that.
So
You know,
awful,
that's
I
an
tuned for
idea.
10 seconds, and I was like, I'm out.
That's an idea. You know,
Anyways,
I could just eat a meal with the microphone on and do an ASMR video.
What are you doing?
It'd be quite interesting. What the fuck did he say?
I like to see women clean. I really do.
Right.
Despite each their own. I want
Like, she's so attractive right now.
Oh my goodness.
No, she really is. Like, she just went up. You know, baking the cake was repulsive and disgusting. You know, hearing her scream with her stupid riding crop is vulgar. It's just sickening. But watching her wash dishes and kind of happily chat with some man who's in her house.
Some man who's in her house.
I think that's the most attractive a woman can be.
I think so too.
It's really nice.
No, I'm still disgusted.
The maid uniform is missing.
But,
Why?
I'm still not over everything else that we've seen up to this point, but
I maintain that Smiller has his
time.
moments.
It's a lot to process, Dean. You might need a whiskey or 5.
Like Han Solo, you know. Not many of them, but he has them.
Anyway, let's watch her wash dishes. I like this.
I hate having to be. Why do I have to be like a feminist with this shit too? I don't want to be a feminist. If I would be a feminist, I would be. I don't like this type
And
of
it
feminist.
turns
I
out
hate
she
man-hating feminists.
She is.
Yeah.
We've
Right.
trained both people.
That's the issue I'm having with all this.
You know what, though? It doesn't matter. I know she's not doing a good job on the dishes because I've seen the cake that she made. You know what I mean? Like, I saw the cake. I know that it, like, that sucked. That was a mess.
We saw the kitchen before the
She's
cake,
the
too.
type that's gonna like rinse out her pans, and then when you get it out to like make yourself something later, there's gonna be like a little crust on it, and she wouldn't have gotten it off. You know?
Yeah.
She's the type that's gonna be washing like paper plates.
Oh my goodness.
You know, I don't like having to. Kathleen Kennedy. It's not going to solve
Except me.
anything, so that's for me.
That kick was dead on arrival.
Except for me, when they wash the dishes, there's always something left stuck
A
on.
little bit more.
Deeply depressed.
Even when the person in question is getting paid to do it, it's still, you know,
Oh no!
still
Everybody wanted to see
nope.
this. We want to see her eat cake.
Not
I don't
truly
think she
clean.
Even, like eats the cake on this thing, does she?
Sometimes because they
Like,
can't see
she
what they're
took a few
doing, because they're
bites,
blind, they
it's
refuse to wear their
disgusting.
fucking glasses.
I feel like that's good.
Sometimes I think it's just, you know,
She's washing
they don't
the
want to put
pans.
forth the effort.
That's good. Wash the pans, please.
I don't know. Then it ends with.
Oh my god.
But I'm fucking.
Ugh. It's even uglier.
wait.
But I'm fucking disgusted by the, you know, by
uglier
left,
up
you know,
close.
shit
I
left
don't
on the plate.
I
So
don't
it's
wanna
like,
make fun of her physical
I'll
appearance so much. I wanna
scrub those
mostly
damn
make fun of
things
how
as hard as
stupid
I have
she
to
is.
get that shit off.
No, I want to bully her.
Do you really? I'm.
No, just being a dick.
In this cake
Oh my
video.
goodness. Now let me.
Yeah, right.
Let me share my screen. Let's get to the campaign because it is a closeout stream.
Oh, okay.
Here we go, guys. We're gonna play the video.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that shit.
The random.
But
he doesn't do live.
Sure.
Let me actually stream. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to talk about. Anything could happen. I'm Jason.
But
however, once we
and his artist apparently came in, and that okay. So that's that. That's that you know that fucking ended. Yeah. Oh, he's just playing the thing. Oh, wait a minute.
It's the same old shit. You knew what the drama was. Oh, is it gets you clicks? It gets you. You think he gives a fuck? We're artists, dude, and we're
What?
Australians. We don't.
Artists? Yeah, neither of you guys are artists. Burning your book backwards.
Okay, so this
and
is
odd scamming
Nasser
people
watching
on
the thing. I don't
pins
know how long
over
that
a
lasts.
pin. He hasn't. You won't fulfill his campaign, his pin campaign.
The fuck? Not even a little bit.
It's really weird
And the
because
fact
I
that
thought
you
I
do
watched this
is
stream of
really
Nasser's all the way to the end. I don't remember
really,
this part.
really weak.
I thought after Ethan left,
Weak,
it's
yeah,
like
I
he
mean,
closed it down
these
pretty quickly.
actors are- These people, right? They have
Fucking
no
weird.
perspective of reality. It's like, get the fuck outside. Live your life. Like, fuck, are you seriously sitting there going like, oh, Oz has 1,000 subscribers. I want to get 1,000 subscribers. And Oz is closing his platform because for the last 6 months, retards. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Retards have been coming on and trying to get controversial fucking, like attention for themselves.
Can we all just agree that Oz's show is the worst?
In the desperate hope that they can get relevance. Well, guess what? Do something interesting that people care about instead of being parasitic douchebags. Instead of coming in and spending 2 fucking hours concern trolling a dude who's just trying to do a bit of a talk show and find out what people are thinking, instead of whinging and crying, right? Hey, someone, time out it. Well, Rodriguez, he's back. Time him out, wrench on that.
Oh my goodness. And Sauce is 1.5 times it. Mr. Dong says Oz doesn't have 1,000 subscribers. That's right, because he bought them. And then YouTube deletes fake subscribers. And so I think he went down to like 800 something.
That's funny.
Alright, let's see. How do you do this again? Playback speed 1.5. There we go.
I don't have to do it myself. Do I have to make you a wrench tombstone? Do I have to make you a wrench? What's happening here? So I had to give my I might have to remodify some people. I think that it's time for another sketch war. A nuclear war. But yeah, so he was a fucking loser. But listen to this. Let's hopefully this guy will run all over his fucking head.
Mr. White Savior. Oh, White Knight over here.
Why are you making stuff up? Why can't you talk
Oh yeah, I can do it.
You're incapable of actually having a linear conversation. What are you talking about? Well, all of you. While Red's talking directly to Oz, and you guys are constantly jumping in, why can't you just keep your mouth shut and let the two gentlemen have a conversation?
I'm not just send for the bigger channels. You can get another subscriber.
I don't even know what anybody's saying at this point, especially because they're sped up, so it just sounds like blah, 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 blah. All right, we got another backer. Let me share my screen. Please stop that voice.
How much we get, Nasser?
Nothing. We didn't get anything. Okay.
Oh man.
Please stop.
No.
Let's see. Sauce says hold down the control button when you refresh the page, and then I could close this down. I need to.
So I can work on.
So if you were just early, I feel. So should I? If there's anything interesting to find in this Liam stream.
This mentality is insane. Remember when this is the shit that Sketch was saying? It's like, so you've got these people, right? You've got these motherfuckers who come in, right? And they want to squat inside your business place and make it completely uninhabitable for other people, right? And then when they leave, it looks like a big chunk of them leave. So they sort of be like, oh, we're going to take all our money and go away. It's like, well, fuck. If you guys weren't here in the first place, shitting and writing all over the walls with your fucking insane blithering, then I would have had more people in the first place, right? Like, you coming in and acting like a fucking idiot for 2 hours and screaming at this guy who's just sitting there stoned out of his mind going like, I'm going to do a YouTube show, like talk to my customers because I haven't talked to them in a while. And you sitting there ranting and raving at him for fucking 2 hours like a cretin, right? That's not good entertainment. You might have fun doing that. That shows what a small, fucking pathetic human being you are, right? Like, normal people come in, they look at that, they go, fuck, that's weird, that's fucking awkward, and they leave.
People
You're like looking at a train
have
wreck.
shown up for
Might be fun for you,
something
not fun for everyone
less
else.
I just
shit
zoned
showy,
out and missed
but
everything he said.
Definitely a lot of people
did you
showed up
understand any of that?
just specifically for that.
Not much.
For the disaster. you know.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Sketch is
I think
entertaining
we
to a
should
certain
save
extent
Preston Poulter
at
just
times.
so he EFAPs us? I don't get it. Is Jiminy Cricket Mike Miller's son?
No. Actually, I'm older than Mike, so no.
Sketch traumatized Liam. He still has nightmares of him.
I like it.
You guys are great.
I can believe that.
58 people in here, guys. Hit that
Like I
thumbs
said,
up,
Sketch is
thumbs
entertaining
down,
sometimes, but
whichever
he's
one you
also
want.
terrible,
Share out the link
so.
to the stream, please.
It's absolutely
And
insane.
back our campaign. Because we are so close, guys, to 6,000, which was our goal a year ago. Over a year ago when we launched it, our goal was 6,000, and we hardly hit the halfway point. and
We did much better this time. So.
Yeah, and now we're about to cross it, guys. We're I think 103 last time we checked. Let me put it back up.
Oh, for God's sake! Stop checking your fucking campaign.
And I really lock it on you.
You can buy this original page, but there's only a few hours left to do it. So it's your choice.
All the art is on this level. They're all incredible like this.
It's your choice.
Amateur Ant says, I can only back you so much. Please, man, tell all your friends to back.
Yeah, if nothing else, just share the link out on Twitter and Facebook. A month ago.
Oh, that's right.
Or like big.
$3. A currency too, but just a house. Oh, that would be so. Get me. None of that ever to put out this and find out, guys. But
okay, so that's the end of the stream. So they did not go back to Liam. Okay, well, it has been for fucking ever. This is taking forever. I'm sorry I had to dip out there for a little while and leave it going, but it's like I wanted to. The thing about it is that the video's already, at that point was already way the fuck too long, so I couldn't stop it and still have it all in one piece. I can't. I was like, I don't have the technical know-how or the software or whatever to put things together, professionally like that. So fuck it. All right, do it all in one take, and there we did. We did it all in one take. I've missed HB stream and anyway. So I don't know what the fuck to even title this fucking thing. EFAPing the fall of the Fandom Menace, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, so it's all falling the fuck apart. It's all falling apart, and I don't, and a big part of it is apparently Mecha, which I suppose that's not. Yeah, there we go. That's not super surprising because she always seemed a bit like an SJW. I put it down to her being a leftist. I thought, it's just because she's a leftist. It's like maybe she's not really an SJW. It just seems like one because she's such a fucking leftist. But oh well. I'm still hopeful that Jessie is not really an SJW. That it's just again because she's fucking leftist. I don't know. So place your bets, folks. Place your bets on how this is all going to turn out. I think. Well, see, what did I say? I made a comment on one of JDA's videos. I pointed out that if, and this is largely to do with people like Jeremy. It's like if you actually agree with your enemy's positions, if you actually agree with your enemy's positions on everything, which he seems to, he's virtue signaling, my brand, my diversity. It's like he doesn't he doesn't give a shit about right and wrong, obviously. Or things like that. It's like he's not taking any kind of principled stand. It's like he's just a grifter, and he's virtue. It's worse than that because he's a virtue signaling grifter, possibly because he thinks that helps with the grift. I don't know. But it's like when you are like Jeremy, and it's like you basically agree with the enemy. The SJWs, they're the enemy, so you basically agree with all their shit. You just essentially only disagreeing with the manner in which they try to sell everybody, their sales pitch on their BS positions. It's like if that's all you're doing, it's like you agree with their positions, you just disagree with the way that they try to sell people on their positions, then you've already lost. The enemy has already defeated you, and that's where the Fandom Menace essentially is. Because too many of them, as I said, is too many of them are leftists, or at best centrists. It's like too few of them are in any way, shape, or form based. They're all They're all a bunch of, not all, but all too many of them are just too pathetic, lefty shitbags that actually think that, diversity is a strength. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. Never has been. Never will be. But anyway, like I said, too many of them think that. Too many of them think that shit, and that's and as EVS pointed out, or Vicky or whoever the fuck it was, I think they all agreed with it anyway, which is they don't have they're not trying to sell you something better or even try to get you to stop spending money on the corporate bullshit. The only thing that they have is complaining about the corporate bullshit being so, such garbage tier shit these days, and just getting people to be upset with them and watch their videos. That's so, which I don't know. So I think the Fandom Menace was probably always a hopeless endeavor, I guess. I mean, it didn't really have a mission statement anyway, so, but it's probably always destined to fall apart. Comicsgate, it would appear, however, will endure, at least for the time being. And other people, who are not part of either, like Fox Day, for instance, are fighting the culture war, and if somebody is going to stand a chance of winning it, it's going to be people who have that kind of approach. They approach it as what it is. It is a conflict. Anyway, that finally is the end of this video. So, until the next one.